Afternoon, councillors, and welcome to the afternoon session of Perth and Kinross Council meeting. Can I ask Scott Henry to do the roll call, please?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Good afternoon, members. When I call out your name, can you confirm that you are now present for the second part of the meeting? Councillor Ahern.
I'm present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Barnacle.
Present.
Councillor Liz Barrett.
Present.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Present.
Councillor Braun.
Present.
Councillor Brock.
Present.
Councillor Audrey Coates.
Present.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Councillor Rysdale.
Present.
Councillor Duff.
Present.
Councillor Forbes.
Present.
Councillor Gray.
Present.
Councillor Illingworth.
Present.
James.
Present.
Councillor Jarvis.
Here.
Councillor Lane.
Present.
Councillor Lyle.
Present.
Councillor Massey.
Present.
Councillor McCall.
Present.
Councillor McCall.
Present.
Councillor McDade.
Present.
Councillor McEwen.
Present.
Provost.
Present.
Councillor Parrott.
Yeah.
Councillor Pover.
Present.
Councillor Purvis.
Present.
Councillor Rebeck.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Robertson. I think we were having some connection issues with Councillor Robertson, so we'll keep trying to get him into the meeting. Councillor Sarwar.
Present.
Councillor Shires.
Present.
Councillor Simpson.
Present.
We have apologies from Councillor Smith. Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Councillor Waters.
Present.
Councillor Williamson.
Present.
And we have apologies from Councillor Wilson. So I think just Councillor Robertson, we're still trying to get into the meeting.
Thank you very much, Scott. Okay, we'll now move on to item 6 of the agenda, the investment blueprint. And can I ask Karen Donaldson, Chief Operating Officer, to introduce this report? Thank you. Karen.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Good afternoon, councillors. This report is the culmination of work by officers across the council to create a new approach for strategic capital investment planning through the development of an investment blueprint. The blueprint sets out the rationale and the key drivers for capital investment. It provides 5 overarching principles to inform our decision making and help us direct the investment of public money where it is most needed in Perth and Kinross to support agreed priorities and where it will have greatest impact. The world around us is changing rapidly, and our approach to capital investment must be flexible enough to adapt to meet new and emerging needs within our communities, make the best use of new technology and respond to any significant changes in legislation and national policy direction. This new approach is designed to support elected members when they bring forward investment proposals, ensuring these proposals are assessed in a consistent, robust and transparent way against council priorities and the principles in the blueprint. If the council approves the investment blueprint today, officers will start to develop the 30-year investment plan, initially with a focus on life cycle planning for our core assets, i.e. property, roads, bridges, green space, IT, fleet. We want to refresh our asset management plans, starting with our most significant assets, property, roads and infrastructure. Elected members will be involved in the development of the 30-year investment plan, as well as annually agreeing the 6-year funded delivery programme. The move to an investment blueprint approach is consistent with the need to consider investment decisions in a strategic and longer-term context to maximise positive results, as set out in the recommendations from the Scottish Government's Infrastructure Commission for Scotland reports of 2020. And of particular relevance in light of today's discussions, these reports have a significant focus on driving infrastructure investment to prioritise an inclusive net zero economy. The report details how our project governance arrangements will underpin the application of the investment blueprint approach, utilising the HM Treasury Green Book 5 case model and the Office of Government Commerce Gateway Review Framework, with elected member oversight and decision making throughout. Taking a strategic and longer term approach will allow us to plan better for capital investments, confirming when the investment is actually required, seeking opportunities to maximise the positive benefits of any investment, and providing much better information for financial planning and securing funding, in line with our medium-term financial plan. Importantly, the new approach will provide a mechanism for elected members to regularly look at the spread of investments across council priorities, as well as to consider any impact on our ability to invest in other proposals which are in train. I would like to take this opportunity to thank colleagues who have developed this new approach, and also to thank elected members who have taken the time to attend the briefing sessions we have held over the last month or so. Approval of the investment blueprint will involve a different approach to strategic capital investment planning, and this will be a new way of working for officers and elected members alike, facilitated by training and support. Colleagues and I are happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. I will now open up for questions. As usual, put Q in the box. Councillor Stuart Donaldson. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I broadly welcome this report. It does tie in with the Infrastructure Commission. Others, I think, are going to talk about checks and balances, rightly so, the need for full democratic control and no administration being bound by its predecessor. We'll come to that in a minute. I want to ask a specific question on the process. We've already, as councils, looked at a specific example for a specific project, but can I ask what happens, and I have a clear example to give as a follow-up, what happens if you have an overall review of a service? How do you take that? How do you fit that into the blueprint? Or does that, if it involves a whole number of locations, then get broken down into a whole number of strategic business cases?
Councillor Johnson, can I ask what you mean by a review of a service?
Right, I'll give the example now. And it came up in internal audit a fortnight ago. It's on the school estate strategy. And that was going to be coming to internal audit back in the autumn of 2019, quite a bit before the pandemic. And it's got the service asset management plan that's been finalised alongside the school estate strategy. These are due to be considered by Lifelong Learning Committee in January 2022. It also does state the, just get it here, service asset management plan has not been completed since 2016. Lifelong Learning Committee has only received specific reports pertaining to individual schools and has not been provided with a recurrent overview of all matters relevant to planning for the school estate. So the point I make is quite logical. If you are, I'll be local for a minute, you're looking at a specific project for, let's say, a school like Comrie Primary or St Dominic's in Crieff, how can you set out that strategic business case if you don't know the overall strategy for your school estates? Fair question.
Councillor Johnson, the intention would be to have to still have the learning estate strategy and look at asset management plans and the investment blueprint and council priorities would be used alongside these plans to develop the blueprint, and from there the delivery plan. I note in the chat that Sheena Devlin also has additional information to provide.
Okay.
Councillor Donaldson, you're correct in saying that there was a hiatus in terms of there being the school estate plan and strategy that was identified via audit. Work has been underway on that, but we were waiting initially a number of years ago for the Scottish Government's publication of their approach to developing learning estate strategies, and that was published in 2018. And so work has been progressing since that point on the revised version and the new version of the learning estate strategy. And then that work was delayed by COVID, but that has been back on track. That has been considered at the Corporate Strategic Improvement and Investment Board, and that will come before lifelong learning in November. So we're actually ahead of the original schedule in terms of the target that was set by audit, because that was for January 22, and we will actually bring all of that back. So what we have is an overarching strategy, and then there's a more detailed plan that sits alongside that. However, in the absence of there being a revised strategy, there has been a strategic approach to investment in the school estate through property and maintenance, and also through the school estate review. But those have been interim measures until such time as we could have the revised learning estate strategy ready for consideration at Lifelong Learning Committee. And one of the things that we want to discuss with elected members is where, given the investment blueprint and the corporate estate strategy, where would the best place beyond lifelong learning be for the strategy that pertains particularly and solely to the school estate be considered in terms of governance? And that is something we're going to discuss with elected members. Thank you.
Okay, so that comes in November, and once we have the overall strategy for the school estate, then we can start to look at strategic business cases for individual schools. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Donaldson, and we have actually, as I said, in the absence of the strategy, it's not been the case that we haven't been able to consider individual business cases for schools. And those schools that have been identified for development, whether that's refurbishment or replacement, or indeed through the expansion of 1140 hours, all of that has been taken forward through a clear strategy and with business cases for all of those then agreed as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. So my question, I think, relates to to the areas that the principles in the appendix, but also to 2.2 of the report, where it says that the framework will allow us to identify items with a coherent and consistent mechanism for assessing investment initiatives. I did ask this question in the prior briefing, but I thought it was maybe worth repeating in the public forum, for not least for the benefit of members who weren't at the briefing.
Colin, you're not hearing what you're saying.
How do we, so apologies. How do we judge one to comply with an environmental principle, but not comply with an asset maintenance, one of the asset maintenance principles, for example?
I'm not sure, Colin, if everyone actually got the whole of your question. It kind of broke up for the first half. Maybe you like to repeat just the question if you can, please.
Is where an investment initiative.
Karen, have you been able to get the gist of Councillor Stewart's question?
I think I recall the issue being raised as part of the briefing, and I think Lisa would be best placed to respond to that question. Thank you.
Okay, Colin, give me a thumbs up if I've got it if I've got it correct. One of the questions that you did raise in the briefing was that what do you do if a proposal in fact has almost competing principles, or if there is a principle that might have a detrimental impact on one of the other principles? Is that correct? And how would we deal with that? And I think the answer and the advice that I gave on the time is that we would expect viable projects to have an impact on at least more than one, and where there are an issue whereby there's any potential detriment, then what we would do is take a risk-based approach to that, and the risks would be set out in the strategic business case, which would then be determined by elected members. So, you know, that bit about competing demands, that would be set out as part of your risks in terms of pooling together your strategic business case that would then be considered by yourselves, and you would have to determine what weight you attach to these particular risks, challenges, opportunities and issues. Is that...
Lisa, do you see the question that Councillor Stewart has put in the chat box? How do we score an initiative if it complies with one principle but not another?
It doesn't have to comply with all principles. I think the issue here is that it has to comply with, we're saying it would comply with at least one, must comply with at least one, but in all likelihood is more likely to comply with more than one. I think the issue arises if there is one which in furthering that actually has a detrimental impact on another, and that's where you would take a risk-based approach just in accordance with our usual scoring framework from our approved risk management strategy, which would be about impact, likelihood and scale, and these would be presented as part of any paper that was proposing a strategic business case for consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't see... Councillor McDade, you wanted to ask a question, or was just a comment about Councillor Stewart putting the question in the chat box, which we were dealing with?
No, I was just suggesting that Councillor Stewart could put the
right.
question in the chat. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else wishing to ask a question. No. Okay. Thank you for answers. Can I ask Councillor Lyle to move the report?
Deputy Provost, there is a note in the chat from Councillor McCall with an amendment.
I think this is for an amendment. So we'll have Councillor Lyle's motion first, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to add to Lisa Simpson's response, those of us who've been used to dealing with planning issues over the years are experienced in dealing with many conflicting policies before we arrive at a decision, and it's not unusual that 3 policies would indicate approval and 4 policies would possibly indicate refusal. So we have to determine a decision based on the best advice we have and basically our own decisions. But anyway, Deputy Provost, thank you very much for the opportunity to move the motion. This report sets out a new approach for strategic capital investment planning and represents an investment blueprint which establishes overarching principles to guide our decision making. I welcome this important development of our strategic investment planning framework. It will ensure that our capital investment supports the delivery of our strategic objectives and meets the needs and the communities across the whole of Perth and Kinross. The proposed strategic investment planning approach will also allow us as elected members to ensure that there is a fair spread of investment across all priorities within Perth and Kinross. It signals a shift to a more robust, consistent and transparent mechanism for investment decision making, which has been designed to be flexible enough to allow us to respond to new and emerging risks to issues and challenges and opportunities that may come along. The investment blueprint will be used alongside our asset management strategic and plans, risk assessments and our medium-term financial plan to create a 30-year rolling investment plan. Elected members will be involved in the development of the 30-year plan, as well as annually agreeing the 6-year funded delivery programme as set out in the strategic investment planning framework. There has never been a more important time for the Council to take a more holistic, long-term strategic approach to capital investment decisions. Earlier this year, the Council unanimously agreed a motion which demonstrates the Council's leadership role in the climate emergency by expediting and prioritising the Climate Action Plan. Sustained capital investment will be required to make this a reality. We have also approved an ambitious economic well-being plan, which will also require focused and sustainable long-term capital investment if we are to promote inclusive economic growth and a vibrant economy across Perth and Kinross. If we as a council are committed to promoting equality and fairness, then we will need to continue investing in affordable housing and in maximising the use of physical and digital assets to improve access to services and to enhance digital inclusion. This new approach is designed to support more effective asset management in the long term, making best use of our public assets, improving our current public assets where possible, and working with communities, with businesses and partners to share assets and deliver better and more integrated services. The capital investments we make as elected members will have long-term and lasting impact for generations to come across Perth and Kinross, way beyond, I would say, the tenure of most elected members. The Council has demonstrated its ambition through major capital investment over many years. Indeed, we have one of the most significant capital programmes amongst any Scottish local authorities. Being ambitious for the people of Perth and Kinross is a good thing, and it will help the people of Perth and Kinross to live life well. However, our strategic capital investment planning must become more sophisticated and agile if we are to ensure our investments are affordable and deliverable in the long term. For these reasons, I'm happy to commend the investment blueprint programme to the Council. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyle. Can I invite Councillor Duff to second the report, please?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. This investment blueprint, which will be a key component in our strategic capital investment planning framework. It sets out what the Council sees as the overarching principles for making decisions: climate change, economic growth, equality and fairness, sustainability and efficiency, and digital inclusion, and will help us to invest public money where it is most needed. The 30-year investment plan will assist members to better see our capital requirements across council services and beyond our immediate horizons. Our 6-year funded capital delivery programme will help us to deliver our approved and funded programmes using Her Majesty's Treasury Green Book 5-case model and the Gateway Review framework. This process will allow us to review, challenge and scrutinise our commitment to projects as they develop, ensuring they continue to represent best value. Deputy Provost, I welcome the investment blueprint and thank officers for all their inputs to recent members' briefings on the subject. I'm happy to second the recommendations of the report. Thank you. You're on mute, Deputy Provost.
Deputy Provost, you're on mute.
That's staying this time. I notice that Councillor McEwen is requesting a 10-minute recess at this stage.
Yes, Deputy Provost, we have an amendment for this, and we're currently multitasking our officers to help us with the wording of that. So I think 10 minutes would provide the room for the wording of that amendment to be clarified with officers without them needing to try and do 4 things at the same time.
Are members happy to agree to this?
Perhaps, Provost, we could just move to the second amendment in the meantime.
Yeah.
Are members happy to hear the second amendment then?
Yes,
agreed.
Thank you. Councillor McDade, you wish to speak to your amendment?
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. Could committee services perhaps share the text of our amendment on the screen? Thank you very much. This is hopefully a fairly simple amendment that we're seeking inclusion here of. And whilst I just want to say, to begin with, obviously, I very much share some of the members' concerns that were mentioned earlier about ensuring that elected members very much are at the start of decision making around prioritisation of the capital fund capital programme going forward. Our minor amendment really is around environmental aspects, and I'm hopeful, given the unanimous support earlier on for Councillor Sarwar and Waters' COP motion, that members will be supportive of embedding two minor aspects around the environment into the blueprint. The first part is just on the introduction section, and it's talking about where there is competing aspects of the overarching principles that cannot be reconciled by skillful management, then the impact on climate change and the environment should be given greater weight. And this is something that has been embedded as a principle for a long time in protected areas under the Sandford Principle since 1974. It is not an unusual thing, and I think given the current situation that we are facing in terms of biodiversity, environmental crisis, that hopefully members will be prepared to support that inclusion. And the second part is really around that the council is obviously a significant investor in roads and other forms of infrastructure that facilitate active travel, and that this is about embedding what is set out in the National Transport Strategy, which sets out a hierarchy of transport that basically prioritises walking first of all, then cycling, then public transport, then taxis, and lastly new infrastructure for private cars, and that we should be assessing our projects against that and our investment in the future against that, given that obviously we want to encourage more investment in walking and cycling, as it's also cheaper as well to maintain than in new investment in private car provision and new roads, etc. So hopefully, given members' support for committing to taking action on the climate, that we will be able to agree this today, and I would ask the leader if he might consider incorporating this into his motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDade, and I maybe should have been for clarification. This is now the first amendment. So can I ask Councillor Bailey to second the first amendment, please?
Yep, happy to, and sorry for that confusion, Deputy Provost. Happy to second the amendment from Councillor McDade. This small but important change ensures that in contentious cases we'll be putting the climate first. And thinking back to the beginning of the meeting, those who welcome COP26 and its aims should look very carefully at this amendment, because this is an example of where a small but impactful change to council policy will have a real impact on environmental outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other amendments ready?
I repeat my request for a recess, please.
Yeah, do you require 10 minutes? Would 5 minutes not be long enough? You require the 10 minutes, you reckon?
If it's 5 minutes, then we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Well, it's now 13:49, so we're going to be absolutely precise.
Give us till 2 o'clock and let's be sensible.
Pardon?
Give us till 2 o'clock and let's be sensible.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Provost.
hope members are back and ready to start in a minute.
Yes, I think we're in a position now to proceed, Deputy Provost.
Thank you. I understand there are still some members not back in the meeting. Right, it's 2 o'clock. I hope everyone is now back. So can I ask Councillor McEwen to speak to the second, no, Councillor Hall, isn't it? Speaking to the second amendment.
That's correct. I will be seconded the motion.
Right, thank you. And
Thank you. I'm hoping that Scott is able to put the motion up on the screen so people can see it. Are you able? Is that possible, Scott? Well, what I'll do is I'll read it out and hopefully Scott will be able to either share it. Oh, there we go. So the amendment really is in relation to project governance and how it affects elected members in relation to the investment blueprint. The amendment is there in front of you. I want to make it clear from the outset that I'm not seeking to change the gateway review process itself, but more how it is deployed within Perth and Kinross Council. So let me start off by saying to officers and to all elected members who've been involved in this process that I think the investment blueprint is a very welcome initiative for Perth and Kinross Council, and I really do want to take the opportunity to thank, as I said already, officers and councillors for all of the hard work that has gone into the development of these proposals to establish the investment blueprint. The blueprint itself offers the Council the opportunity to change and improve the way it determines capital investments both over the short, medium and long term. And throughout the process of developing these principles for the investment blueprint, councillors were assured that key investment decisions were for elected members, not for officers. So it's a little bit disappointing therefore that the opportunity that the investment blueprint offers in terms of innovative forward financial planning assumes that the existing internal governance model will suffice. And I think that this is a missed opportunity and what is the essence of the amendment that is before you here today. Throughout the whole process of consultation and councillor briefings, councillors have been assured that decisions on projects and programmes in the investment blueprint are political decisions to be made by councillors. However, with the existing model of governance on projects and programmes, there is a lack of input by councillors at critical decision-making stages during, for example, the gateway review process, particularly in relation to early decisions on options appraisals and evaluation criteria. The investment blueprint model changes how we work as a council, both for officers and members, and therefore I think it's appropriate that we have we update and reflect our project and programme governance accordingly. So for the investment blueprint model to be effective, there must be a corresponding change to update to how promised political oversight will be achieved throughout the development of the projects and programmes contained within the investment blueprint. Elected members need to have the opportunity to scrutinise what is being considered and what is being brought forward. If there is no input or engagement with elected members at key stages of the decision-making process, particularly in the early stages, we run a real risk of undermining the democratic mandate of every single member of this council, which I'm sure none of us want. In other organisations that I've been involved in, both central and local government, the involvement of elected members at key gateway review decision points has been established, so there's no reason that I know of why Perth and Kinross Council should not also embrace the opportunity to establish such political input and oversight accordingly in relation to the investment blueprint and the capital planning. Now that's not to say we're going to micromanage. I'm suggesting we micromanage what goes on or micromanage officers, but there will be key decision points that really I believe should have councillor oversight and involvement, and essentially what was promised to us during the various briefings and discussions we've had to get to this point. I would therefore urge my fellow councillors to support this amendment to ensure that we can all fully discharge the democratic mandate we were elected to, and most importantly, a democratic mandate on which we will all be held accountable very soon by the residents of Perth and Kinross. So I commend this amendment to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Convener Provost. Sorry. Yes, I'm happy to second this amendment. I think that it adds to what we already have. I don't think it takes anything away. I think it creates something that's a little bit more definite and gives officers a chance in December to bring back a much more explanatory paper describing how councillors and officers will engage together in the governance process and taking forward our capital programme. Thank you.
Very much. I'll now open it up for comments.
Councillor Parrott, Deputy Provost.
Councillor Parrott.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. Can I say that I'm very greatly welcoming, as Councillor Donaldson was earlier, to the thrust of the investment blueprint. I think it brings significant benefits to us for the longer term in line with the Infrastructure Commission's recommendations, and I'm very supportive of it as far as it goes. But I would also like to say that I'm supportive of both the amendments that have been put forward this afternoon, and would wish to support both of those too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Barrett.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Like the previous speakers, I also welcome the investment blueprint, which I think has done a very good job of capturing the priorities and challenge that we face, both at a strategic and a community level, as a very strong thread of fairness and community empowerment running through it, and I and my group have no hesitation about endorsing that, but more importantly about adopting both it and the principles it commits us to in changing how we'll approach investment of a severely constrained council resources. And we must demonstrate more than just lip service to these principles and the blueprint approach, and I think the next item on the agenda will be the first test of that. I appreciate that it is a living document. I want to thank officers for their time and advice during the briefings and for their efforts in engaging with councillors in the development of the blueprint. It does occur to me that there is no explicit mention of fuel poverty within the draft blueprint, although there is reference to digital poverty and improving housing standards and insulation standards and energy efficiency. And I think that's something that I would appreciate being looked at as the living document evolves. I'm very happy to support Amendment 1. I do have concerns about Amendment 2 and the potential that has for micromanagement, and I appreciate that Councillor McCall said that that wasn't our intention, but I think it might be an unintended consequence of the second amendment, and we won't be supporting that.
Thank you. Councillor Lane.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I too will be supporting, I would want to support both amendments. I think that we have to have the checks and balances, and each of us, without wanting to micromanage officers' work, we have to be able to be a critical friend to it, and we also should be able to feed into what is important in our communities. So I will be supporting both the amendments. I think Councillor McDade's amendment is a welcome addition when we've been talking about the climate change agenda through the rest of this meeting so far. So that's my position.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Barrett.
Thank you. I too support adoption of the investment blueprint and the First Amendment. I do have similar reservations about the second amendment, having come from a background of programme management. I do understand where this is coming from, but it's a key part of programme management that a project board is set up at the beginning with its terms of reference and its membership, and it's given an appropriate level of tolerance to give it the flexibility to get on with managing projects effectively and efficiently. And I'm concerned that if we start putting in greater roles for elected members all the way down the line, that's going to hold up our ability to deliver. And for that reason, I'm sorry, but I can't support the second amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. If you forgive me for mentioning a local one, which makes me very keen to see the Second Amendment come in, a local incident we've had suffer for the last 4 years in Brake and Greenloaning, where there was a debate over the schools, which school should be closed and which one remain open. This was back 4 years ago at the end of November in 2017. It went by stage. Does
that actually mean in practice? Let's speak to the Deputy.
Councillor Gray, you've gone on to mute.
Sorry, don't know why. At no stage was there an opportunity for councillors to actually debate and perhaps work with officers to go on to the next step. So step by step, it's taken 4 years, and we're now in a position of actually approving a new school or the continuation of development of plans for a new school, which was first suggested 4 years ago, but ignored whilst they undertake steps towards all the other stages. That is, okay, it will be Raker School, right, will it be a new school or a redeveloped school? It'll be a redeveloped school, oh, it's too expensive, it'll have to be a new school. Oh, it can't be a new school because they'll have to shift them all to Greenloaning, and that will involve more expense. Therefore, it's now got to the stage it will be a new school entirely on a new site, exactly what was requested in the first place and suspected was required in the first place. So it's really, you know, checks and balances by officers now and again would be a big help and a big saving of time, because all of this 4 years, parents, pupils, teachers, staff have all been in a bit of a quandary as to where are we going next, when is it going to settle down and we can carry on with good what we're trying to do. So really, I'm very much in favour of the Second Amendment for these reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I notice Councillor McDade has a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Provost. If I can make a request under the new standing orders, Standing Order 21.7 allows that where amendments don't relate to the same part of a motion or a paper, that they can be voted on separately at the request of a member, which is seconded, and Councillor Parrott, I can see from the chat, has supported that and might consider seconding my proposal. So I'm just wondering if that can be undertaken, please.
Can I ask if members are in agreement to this?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do not see anyone else. Councillor Lyle.
Sorry. Thank you very much for bearing with me. Just in the amendments, I'm just looking through. It says here on page 123 of our documents, working with communities, public, private, third sector partners to deliver better outcomes through integrated service provision and asset sharing. Just that we're committed to working in partnership with other bodies, etc. Can I ask Councillor McCall if she still feels that she feels that that's not an adequate step as far as our communication and partnership working is concerned?
Councillor McCall, I'm happy if you answer this, please.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Lyle. The thrust of this amendment really is because the current governance really has no involvement from elected members until the final recommendation comes to a council committee meeting or full council. Often by that stage, it's quite late in the day to start maybe asking councillors or officers to go back and rethink. And also councillors have not necessarily had the necessary oversight. I've suggested gateway reviews because we currently use gateway reviews, and while I understand where both Councillor Barrett's are coming from, I'm not suggesting, and that's the last thing I think any of us want, is any sort of micromanagement. But I think that this investment blueprint is such a different way of working for us, and it's such significant implications for how we as councillors discharge our elected duties, that I think we need to have a review, and that's all that this amendment is seeking, is to review how the governance currently works and how it can be updated to reflect the new way that the investment blueprint will allow us to work. If that means establishing project boards for major projects that include elected members, then so be it. Again, that is a model that has worked in other private and public public sector organisations, both central and local government, that I've been involved with. So I know that this type of model can work. It doesn't need to be overly bureaucratic, and it certainly doesn't need to involve micromanagement, which believe me is the last thing I want to do. But nevertheless, I think as elected members we have to be able to have some oversight. The implications of the investment blueprint and what it contains and our approach to capital investment planning is too important for any of us across the chamber to not have some oversight of what's going on at key stages. I'm not talking about every single stage, and I'm not talking about just at the end. But I don't think what's in the papers currently, Murray, if I may, gives us enough assurance as elected members that we will have the political oversight we were promised during the briefing sessions that were held.
Okay, thank you. But what you are talking about is setting up project management boards with probably an equal representation of elected members and officers.
I'm not actually defining anything. I'm just asking officers to do a review and come back with proposals to us. I don't want to say it needs to be this, this or this, but I do think it needs to be looked at, because the current governance model is purely internal to officers, and there's little or no councillor involvement at all. And unless a project is something very major like the City Hall project, that's about the only time when there's external organisations involved that there is a project board set up, or maybe not the only time, but project boards are not the norm for major investments. And so I think there needs to be some form of governance to reflect the role that elected members must have, I believe, in order to be able to have the political oversight that they require in order to discharge their elected duties. You know, I don't have a preconceived idea, you know, how that will look. That's why I've suggested that officers review it with elected members and come back with a proposal in December.
Okay.
Now ask Lisa Simpson for clarification. Lisa.
I think it would just be quite helpful. I take on board the points that Councillor McCall is making, and indeed that's one of the things that we recognise, the way that we've approached capital investment, because it's usually always flowed from a budgetary debate and discussion and an action that's come from an allocation of funding, that she's absolutely correct that then the working up and the project governance of that has basically been an internal matter for officers to deal with in an approved framework, provided that we weren't going and exceeding the terms of the budgetary decision. This is proposing something quite different and is actually to address that specific issue that you are raising, and which is why we have explicitly built in political oversight and decision making at key strategic cases, in terms of the strategic business case, which is setting out the need for the investment and the rationale and high level affordability. And then we're also bringing back at outline business case stage to ensure that at every key milestone there is political oversight, either going to a committee or going to council, depending upon the scale, the value and the impact. And that's clearly set out in Appendix 2 of the report, and the governance, the project governance and the council's programme governance framework will be adapted to reflect that, because we are agreeing that by virtue of Appendix 2 to the report, if you agree to the report today. And I think that sets out quite clearly that there will be a role for elected members at these key stages. So it was just in case that hadn't been picked up in terms of what was set out in Appendix 2.
If I may, Deputy Provost.
Sorry,
I just don't think that Appendix 2 is explicit enough, Lisa, in the way you've described it just now.
We're happy to bring back clarification on what that is and bring back any amendments to the governance framework, but that it's set out quite clearly that elected members will have a role, but that could be made much more explicitly, and that's not a problem.
Thank you. Councillor Lyle.
Yep, just we obviously have a motion and we have 2 amendments. I think at this stage I would ask for a recess, Deputy Provost, because there's a considerable amount of change, if you like, contained in the amendments, and I would like to take the opportunity to discuss with my group before we move forward. And I'd maybe ask that we reconvene at 14:30 or as close to as possible.
Members quite happy to have a recess for 10 minutes?
Agreed.
Content.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. We'll reconvene at 14:30.
Is the Deputy Provost on?
She's still on hold.
I think perhaps the Provost would be there.
Councillors, sorry for the delay. This is taking a wee bit longer than one would have hoped. I'm not sure if everyone is back yet or not. Audrey, do you know if there's still a few people not returned?
There are still a number that aren't in the meeting.
Deputy Provost.
Yes.
I've had a message from Councillor Lyle. He requests another 5-minute recess, if that's okay. He's trying to get hold of a couple of people.
Provost, I think we need to make progress.
Councillor Barrett, I know we need to make progress, but we want to make sure we're making the right decisions. We took a long time this morning over some decisions, so this is quite an important decision for the future of the council. This is not just going to be what's going to happen in the next year or two. This is an important decision, so I'm quite happy to wait another 5 minutes to make sure we get the right decision. So I hope you will understand, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you.
I'm assured members will return soon.
Aye. Deputy Provost, just thank you for your patience and thank you members for indulging us. We are trying to get a resolution to this so that we have able to accommodate as many of or as much of the amendments as possible, and we are just waiting for a response from others before we proceed. So if you, as we have indulged others before, hopefully you can indulge me for another 5 minutes, and I will be as quick as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure you'll agree, if we've been in the chamber, we've often given people a wee bit longer time because others could sit and chat, but just when you're sitting at home, it seems quite different. And this is the way we've got to work just now, so we just all have to be patient and hopefully we can get a resolution that's going to please as many people as possible, as that is what we're trying to do.
That's the right course of action, Deputy Provost.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen.
I'm quite happy sitting at home, to be honest. Deputy Provost, I quite like home working.
Yes, it's lovely today when the sun's shining in.
I know,
yes.
and I have a lovely view out into a nice green space. Yes. Some nice trees that are still in leaf.
Can I just
one or two are starting to turn yellow.
Can I just remind members that we're still live.
And to be fair to you, Deputy Provost, you are extremely fair in allowing all groups the recess time they want.
Thank you.
I'm not sure who all's here, if we have the Provost and Deputy Provost here. Anyway, Deputy Provost, thank you for your indulgence, and I'd like to thank elected members for their indulgence. We've spent some time considering the two amendments against the motion, which was proposed by myself and Councillor Duff. As far as the first amendment is concerned, which is the amendment from the Independent Labour Group, I would propose, if we can get that up, it may well be up and I have lost it. We are here.
Scott, can you have that back on the screen, please?
Yeah, is it possible, Scott, to put that amendment back on the screen?
Yeah, if you bear with us, hopefully we'll have it back up soon.
Okay, thank you. And this is where we are in discussions. As far as I'm concerned, I'm happy to incorporate the first section of Councillor McDade's amendment into the motion. I am minded not to incorporate the second part of Councillor McDade's amendment, into the motion. So just for clarity, for the first section of it, we would be content to incorporate that in its entirety into the motion. But as for the second part, which begins with add to point 4, we would not be content to incorporate that. So I would pass that back to Councillor McDade to see to receive his comments and thoughts where we are.
If I may, Deputy Provost.
Councillor McDade, yes.
Yes, thank you to the Leader of the Council for his consideration of our amendment, and I'm very pleased that he is willing to incorporate the first part. Obviously, we feel both parts should be added, and I would still want to vote on the second part. But I'm very grateful that he has given it great consideration so far and incorporated the first part, and we hope the Council will support the second part as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McDade.
Deputy Provost, just for the record, I'm happy to accept that amendment to our motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lyle, I think we're taking a call. I think I might have lost my chat function at the moment, so I'm not sure if anybody has added anything since 1414, but I don't have anything on my screen. So
no Provost has added anything, I don't think.
Apologies, Deputy Provost.
That's good. Councillor Lyle, anything further you wish to add?
No, just that I appreciate the sentiment behind the two parts to the amendment. And as I said, I'm happy to I suspect that the principles are around the A9 and the national park routes, but I'm happy to incorporate the first part. But as for the second part, I think it would potentially put quite a burden on our already established road projects. So therefore, I'm not able to accept that at this time.
Thank you very much. So I now would be inviting the mover of the first motion, no, second motion we need to now. This has all got a bit confusing. to sum up.
Second amendment or the motion?
Yes, second amendment, sorry. The day's wearing on.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I really just want to reiterate what I said before in the motion. This is not an attempt to predicate exactly what the revised governance should be, but that there's more clarity around the role of elected members at the various stages of the process for the governance of projects and programmes that will sit within the investment blueprint. It's not business as usual, it's a new way of working, and as Lisa rightly pointed out in the past, you know, decisions and the way forward was agreed at budget meetings, but this is something that's different, and so therefore, you know, the motion essentially is to seek a review, an update of the governance, the current governance structures to reflect the changes to our working practices that the investment blueprint model will bring, and to ensure that elected members have the appropriate opportunity to provide scrutiny and oversight, as is their right under their elected democratic mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we are now ready to go to the vote.
Can I ask for a point of clarification, Deputy Provost? Just to clarify where we are, because I responded to the first amendment, which was originally the second amendment, I believe, from Councillor McDade, because the SNP group asked for a recess for their amendment. So I haven't responded to the SNP amendment as yet, and it was just clarification of which amendment we're actually voting on, and that would be useful if Mr. Henry could maybe give us that clarification. And if it is the SNP amendment and Councillor McCall's amendment, I would like the opportunity to address that.
Deputy Provost, I'm happy to clarify that
yes, please.
The first amendment was the amendment by Councillors McDade and Bailey. So where we've got to is that Councillor Lyle has moved with the motion and Councillor Duff as a seconder have accepted part one of that amendment into the motion. And we still have the second part of the first amendment from Councillors McDade and Bailey on the table. We also still have the second amendment from Councillors McCall. So my suggestion would be that, given that the move of the motion had indicated after the recess that he wished to consider both amendments, Councillor Lyle may wish to sort of clarify whether he's willing to accept any part of that amendment before we then move to deal with both amendments.
Thank you very much for the clarification. I think we should deal with the first amendment on the table first, which was Councillor McDade's amendment, and we should have a clear vote on that. And as Councillor McDade requested earlier in the debate, that we should vote on the second amendment against the motion separately.
Deputy Provost and Provost, I'm happy to proceed now to move to the vote on the first amendment from Councillor McDade, if you're content.
Yes, we are content.
Okay, so we have we're dealing with item 6 on the agenda. We have the motion from Councillor Lyle, seconded by Councillor Duff, to agree the recommendations as set out in the report. We have an amendment. Sorry, the motion also includes the as accepted the first part of the amendment from Councillor McDade and Bailey. So the amendment that we still have is the second part of the amendment that would be making change to the section that reads under our investments will mitigate the impact of climate change section, and the wording that has been circulated to you. So if I can ask members now whether they're voting for the motion from Councillor Lyle or the amendment from Councillor McDade. Councillor Ahern.
Motion.
Councillor Bailey.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Barnacle.
Motion.
Councillor Liz Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Braun.
Motion.
Councillor Brock.
Amendment.
Councillor Audrey Coates.
Motion.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Right, Harry.
Motion.
Councillor Donaldson.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Wait a minute, no.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Forbes.
Motion.
Right.
Councillor Gray.
Amendment.
Oh,
Sorry, can I ask all of our members to mute their microphones during the vote time? So that was the amendment from Councillor Gray. Councillor Illingworth.
Motion.
Councillor James.
Motion.
Councillor Jarvis.
motion.
Councillor Lane.
Amendment.
Councillor Lyle.
Motion.
Councillor Massey.
Amendment.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Amendment.
Councillor McEwen.
Amendment.
Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Parrott.
Amendment.
Councillor Pover.
Amendment.
Councillor Purvis.
Motion.
Councillor Rebeck.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Motion.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Sarwar.
Amendment.
Councillor Shires.
Motion.
Councillor Simpson.
Amendment.
Councillor Stewart.
Motion.
Councillor Waters.
Amendment.
And Councillor Williamson.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost, we have 21 votes for the motion and 17 votes for the amendment, so the motion is carried. And we now have the revised motion on the table from Councillor Lyle and the amendment from Councillor McCall.
Thank you.
Deputy Provost, are we going to straight to the vote, or am I able to comment as regards the amendment?
I think I will allow you to comment because they've been done separately. So if no one has any objections, I will allow you to comment.
Okay, thank you very much. It's just that I and the group have discussed this, and we are minded not to incorporate the SNP and Councillor McCall's amendment into the motion. But I am, as was explicit in the answers from the Head of Legal and Governance, we will bring some, we will ask officers to bring some clarity back to that Appendix 2 so that we have a more concise route plan in future. But for the moment, I am not in favour of incorporating the amendment into the motion. So therefore I suggest that we would have to go to a vote, unless Councillor McCall wishes to withdraw.
No, I don't want to withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then Scott, we can go to the vote.
Okay, so we're now dealing with, again for paper 6, the motion by Councillors Lyle and Duff that now includes the first part of the original amendment from Councillors McDade and Bailey, which is now being put against the amendment from Councillors McCall and McEwen that was circulated to you and shown on the screen. So again, if I can ask members to vote now for the motion or the amendment. Councillor Ahern.
Motion.
Councillor Bailey.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Barnacle.
Motion.
Councillor Liz Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Braun.
Motion.
Councillor Brock.
Amendment.
Councillor Audrey Coates.
She's just dropped out. I think they're trying to get it back in, Scott.
happy to pause if Councillor Audrey Coates can indicate in some other form, whether it be through the chat or a message to myself.
She's trying to get back in. Can one of our IT call her back in, please, to the meeting? Thank you.
I think sometimes as the day goes on, we often find we have little gremlins that gets into the system. So let's just, please, just be patient for a minute or two.
Okay, I'm getting an indication from colleagues that we're trying to bring in Councillor Audrey Coates, but she's not answering to the call. If there's any way that Councillor Coates is still listening and she can post in the chat to indicate her vote, then that would be an alternative way. Otherwise, I'll need to proceed.
I think she's on now, Scott.
Councillor Coates, are you there now?
Microphone's on mute still.
I think you're on mute, Councillor Coates.
There we go.
Okay, I can hear you now, Councillor Coates. So can you confirm if you're voting for the motion or the amendment?
Oh, motion.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Coates.
Motion.
Motion.
Councillor Harry Coates, can you just confirm if you're voting for the motion or the amendment?
The motion.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Forbes.
Motion.
Councillor Gray.
Amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Motion.
Councillor James.
Sorry, motion.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Motion.
Councillor Lane.
Amendment.
Councillor Lyle.
Motion.
Councillor Massey.
Amendment.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Amendment.
Councillor McEwen.
Amendment.
Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Parrott.
Amendment.
Councillor Pover.
Amendment.
Councillor Purvis.
Motion.
Councillor Rebeck.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Motion.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Sarwar.
Amendment.
Councillor Shires.
Motion.
Councillor Simpson.
Motion.
Councillor Stewart.
Motion.
Councillor Waters.
Amendment.
And Councillor Williamson.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost, we have 22 votes for the motion and 16 votes for the amendment, so the motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, Scott. And thank you, councillors. And I hope you fully understand why it was important that we did give people the opportunity to have a recess and come to a good decision here. I'm going to suggest that we have a 5-minute comfort break. Excuse me, I'm suggesting it because some of us have got little IT difficulties just now, and I, for one, my chat isn't working properly, and I would be grateful if I could get it working before we go to the capital budget. 5-minute comfort break, and that will be it. So just all go and take a deep breath for 2 minutes and come back, and you'll be absolutely fine. So thank you. Okay, councillors.
Okay.
Right, thank you. I think my chat function is now working, so that's good. Makes me feel a bit easier. So now we move on to paper 7, which is the capital budget 2021-22 to 2028-29 update. And can I ask Stuart Mackenzie, Head of Finance, to introduce the report? Over to you, Stuart.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and good afternoon, councillors. This report provides an update on the capital budget approved by Council in September last year and sets out options for progressing the budget, given the cost pressures and uncertainty currently being experienced in the construction sector. The report also introduces 2 urgent additional capital proposals for consideration by Council. In addition to this report and the previous paper on the investment blueprint, elected members have been supported in their consideration of capital expenditure for a series of briefings on the outlook for the local economy, on the challenges surrounding the Council's capital investment, on the PH2O proposal, and as discussed, on the investment blueprint. And I would thank members for their attendance and participation in these briefings. Officers have also attended individual political group meetings to assist members in their scrutiny of the proposals within this report. The Council approved an 8-year capital budget to 2028-29 totals approximately £640 million, of which £570 million relates to general fund or non-housing expenditure, which is the focus of this report. The programme is front-weighted, with several significant projects scheduled to be delivered over the next 4 years, and with 67% of the programme funded through long-term borrowing, supported by the managed use of the Council's capital fund. Council has previously approved the Economic Wellbeing Plan in March, and in August agreed to establish a Climate Change Commission in advance of consideration of the Perth and Kinross Climate Change Plan later this year. Both strategic initiatives were required to be supported by additional capital investment, as outlined in section 2 of the report. In common with all Scottish local authorities, the cost of decarbonising the Council's estate in accordance with forthcoming regulatory requirements is anticipated to be significant. Members have also been briefed by the Council's Head of Property on current pressures within the construction sector. Disruption to the global supply chain during the COVID pandemic, together with growth in demand, has led to anticipated increases in costs of between 10 to 20%. If applied to the Council's existing approved capital budget, this could potentially result in additional cost pressures of between £60 to £120 million. The present level of uncertainty in relation to both project cost and programme delivery has informed the recommendations within the report. Section 3 of the report provides an update on the capital projects considered by Council in September last year. The funding gap in the Perth High School and Blairgowrie Recreation Centre projects has not been updated and remains at approximately £17 million, with a significant risk that the cost of these projects may increase. The North Murton Malhousey Replacement Primary School project is due to reach financial close in the autumn. The latest cost estimate for this project is £19.9 million, an increase of £3.5 million or 21% on the current approved budget of £16.4 million. For the purposes of this report, an initial cost estimate of £70 million has been used in respect of a proposed PH2O project. Section 4 details 2 further capital investment proposals identified by officers as requiring immediate consideration. In advance of a decision by Dundee City Council later this month, members are requested to consider the proposed funding of an extension to Harris Academy to ensure the continued entitlement of Invergowrie pupils to attend Harris Academy. Members are also asked to consider an identified funding requirement of £15.9 million for IT staff resources, licensing, and the development of the Council's digital infrastructure to support future service delivery and hybrid working. 2 options, A and B, are set out within the report for members to consider. Option A would take forward the Council's decisions of September 2020, together with the immediate pressures outlined in section 4 of the report. The estimated investment cost of option A is an additional £110.8 million, including £70 million as an initial estimate of the cost of delivering the proposed PH2O project. The additional borrowing costs of financing option A are forecast to peak at £5.5 million in 2029-30 and reduced to around £3 million per annum from 2034-35 onwards. Option B seeks approval to meet the cost of delivering only those proposals requiring an immediate decision, as set out in section 4 of the report. Together with a projected funding gap in the North Murton Malhousey Primary School project, which is due to reach financial close in the autumn. The estimated investment cost of option B is an additional £23.6 million, with associated borrowing costs forecast to peak at £2.9 million in 2029, reducing to around £160,000 per annum in 2034-35 onwards. Funding options to support these different approaches are set out in section 6 of the report. The funding options, which form a package of measures, have previously been the subject of a separate briefing for elected members. Members have been advised of the significant challenges and pressures on the Council's capital investment going forward. At present, the capital budget makes no additional provision for economic regeneration, for emerging priorities identified through the Perth and Kinross offer, or for the likely investment required to meet new regulatory requirements in the Council's local leadership role in climate change. There is also no additional provision to meet the potential impact of construction inflation across a wider capital programme, and there is currently significant cost uncertainty in relation to the delivery of the projects set out within this report. Council is therefore requested to focus, at this time, upon those pressures requiring an immediate decision and approve adjustments to the capital budget based on option B. For clarity, option B recommends investment in the Harvest Academy extension, in the Council's IT capacity, and in meeting the forecast funding gap on the North Murton Malhousey Primary School project. It is proposed that the £23.6 million estimated cost of these adjustments, set out in Table 6 of the report, is financed through the managed use of the Council's capital fund. This recommendation provides an opportunity for elected members to review the Council's overall investment priorities in light of the challenges outlined within the report, the principles and approach set out within the investment blueprint, and in view of the present uncertainty around cost and programme delivery. Elected members have also asked to approve setting the capital budget at the same time as the revenue budget, as has previously been the Council's practice. I acknowledge that earlier reports have recommended setting the capital budget later in the year due to the impact of COVID. The affordability of the Council's expenditure is, however, inherently linked to its revenue position, whether the Council builds, purchases or leases assets. Considering the revenue and capital budgets together, which the Council now has the opportunity to return to, in my view, better supports and informs elected members in balancing decisions on service delivery against the long-term financial commitments incurred through capital investment. Colleagues and I are happy to take questions, Deputy Provost, but I appreciate members may be keen to enter into debate.
Provost, you're on mute. Deputy Provost, you're on mute.
Sorry. Questions? I'm waiting to see any questions in the chat box, but as yet I don't see anyone requesting to ask a question unless my chat box is still not working. I certainly hope it is, but I know members did see something that I'd written earlier asking if anyone can speak. That does not refer to this paper. That's when I had the gremlins in my chat function. So Councillor Stewart, I see you wish to speak, ask a question.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. It was a very specific question. Section 4.4 of the report refers to the transport costs for pupils travelling to Perth High School from Invergowrie, and cost quoted is over a 50-year period. I may be wrong, but I think in the press at the middle end of last week, the proposed extension was over a 40-year period. Was that a mistake, or are we sort of comparing maybe apples with pears here?
Sheena answering this question. or Greg. I think Sheena's network's not doing too well today either.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Baird. Yes, Councillor Stewart, I'm not sure exactly on the difference. Obviously, Dundee City Council, Perth, Kinross, and various assets are borrowed over different periods of time. That's the only reason I can think of. I can't think of the specific press statement you've seen, but I'm happy to look into that to make sure it's accurate. But the basis of the comparison we've done is over a 50-year period for the report and the comparison for today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pover.
Thanks very much, Deputy Provost. It's just a follow on from Councillor Stewart's question, and it's about, and my question is, why was the travelling costs to for pupils from Invergowrie not included in the costing?
Stuart or Greg, who's going to?
Councillor Pover, could you just confirm exactly so I make sure I answer the right question there?
It was really just to confirm why travelling costs are not included. The travelling for pupils will not be included.
So pupils currently attending Invergowrie Primary School live within the walking distance. So currently we have no costs of those pupils attending Harris Academy. The costs we've reflected in the report is if decision was taken by council that pupils of Invergowrie would attend Perth High as their catchment, then that's our estimated costs of transporting those pupils to Perth High School. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else got any questions. I'll just wait a second or two. No one else seeking to ask a question. Okay, then in that case,
Deputy Provost, I have a queue.
Sheila, Councillor McCall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. My question really is on the items that are not included, specifically Perth Leisure Pool or the PH2O project, which I'm beginning to feel a bit like Groundhog Day because I raised this question repeatedly and I keep getting assurances that it will be considered, that it's not been forgotten about, and yet there's nothing concrete coming forward at this stage as to how that will be funded. And so I wonder if someone can tell me, is it just been forgotten about completely, or what really are the plans for PH2O in terms of funding and moving the project forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to answer that question?
Provost, I can provide an initial response in terms of the funding position. And a simple answer to that is that's a matter for council to determine. Ultimately, it's a matter for council to determine whether council wishes to provide funding for the project or not. There are other options potentially for delivering the project. Those have not been fully explored at this point in time, and that is again referenced within the report. And just for clarity, within option A, because two options are presented within the report, an initial cost estimate is included for PH2O. So I can provide Councillor McCall some assurance that the proposal has not been forgotten about.
Thank you. I mean, I do accept it's under proposal A, but the recommendation is to support proposal B. So by definition, therefore, it's assuming that although that's there as an option, it's not been recommended. So what follows on from that, if indeed option B prevails?
Well, if I may, this is what we're actually going to take a vote on today, Councillor McCall. So it'll be how we decide will probably be the next move.
Okay, we'll see. 5 years on, or 4.5 years on, or longer probably since before I was elected, this has been on the table, and yet it's not moved one single bit forward in terms of practical programme management or delivery. And it seems like this paper is not suggesting that it moves any further forward from where it is right now, which is not even at the drawing board yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Barrett.
Stuart, perhaps could you confirm, I'm just following on from Councillor McCall's point there, that things that are, what we're looking at today is things we need to decide about urgently that really need a decision, and other things we can leave until February, March, which would mean we could tie together our capital and revenue budgets, which is a more sensible way to do financial planning. And that can consider, and we should have more information about the options for PH.
Councillor Barrett.
Clarification about costs in these difficult.
Not
my understanding from the meetings that we had.
I'm not. I'm sorry, but not actually hearing you. You seem to lost connection, so I don't know if Stuart got the question or not. I'm trying very hard to listen.
Apologies, Councillor Barrett. I lost you midway through the question.
Yes,
but
I think it was.
But my understanding is.
I'm sorry. I'll try turning off the video, but it was to ask for confirmation that what I drew from the briefings that we've had over the last few weeks is that because something's not, what we're deciding today is things that are immediately in front of us that we have to take decisions on, and we can postpone making decisions about capital investments once the other capital investments, once we've appraised them properly. In February, March, we can expect to have more information, to know more about the options for PH2O, to have more clarity perhaps about the costs for the other items. So the fact that we're not deciding today doesn't mean by any means that we are kicking those projects into the long grass, that they are definitely still there.
That is correct.
Is that clearer this time?
That is yes. Thank you for your question. That is correct. Yes, that is the intention of the recommendation, that council address those issues where our decision is perhaps more immediate. I appreciate that elected members will have different views on that, and we provide an opportunity for members and officers to work together to undertake further diligence and scrutiny on the position and come back and reconsider together with the revenue budget, which is my recommendation in the report in February and March of this year.
Councillor McCall, you have a follow-up question.
Yes, I have. Well, I don't know if it's quite a question, but and while I take on, I understand where Councillor Liz Barrett is coming from. I've sat through more meetings than I care to count around capital investment, where some excuse or another has been given for PH2O not progressing. This is yet another one. So my question really is there any seriousness really about moving this forward, either now or at some point in the future, because the future is running out fast in this particular term of the council. So I'm really disappointed that this has come forward in this way, and despite assurances over the years that it would be moved forward, it still has failed to materialise into anything approaching a firm proposal.
I think Barbara wishes to answer this question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I would like, as I have previously said at meetings, that the sort of officers are continuing to strive to get to the point where we can bring a proposal to council. What we're saying, and we have done work, we had a recent briefing to elected members, as you are aware, Councillor McCall, information that demonstrates that councillors are working on a proposal has gone to all elected members. So I think it's quite unfair to say that that no work is being done. There is a lot of work being done, but the Section 95 officers' recommendation within the paper is that we delay any consideration in terms of the project until further work on that can be done, but work is being done.
Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate work is being done. Nevertheless, it's taking a very long time to come to any sort of firm conclusion or move forward, and I fail to understand why. Nevertheless, we are where we are.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I have quite a narrow question at the moment, just for Mr Mackenzie, I think, probably. Just so that there's no dubiety, Stuart. But you spoke earlier about construction inflation, which we all know is high and may well get worse. Can you confirm that with if this project is delayed for 5 months, let's say, before a further decision is made, will that result in the cost of the project increasing or not?
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I don't know if my colleague Stephen Crawford is on the call, and perhaps my colleague Fiona Roberts may wish to comment. I couldn't provide you with an assurance either way. To be frank, that would depend on the specification of the project. So it would be remiss of me to, to provide an indication one way or another. There is a possibility that construction inflation will continue. But my colleague Stephen Crawford is indicated, and both Stephen and Fiona have indicated.
If I could answer with tender price inflation at the moment, in this quarter in 2021, the annual inflation rate is 10%. If we delay a decision for 5 or 6 months, that's unlikely that there'll be an increase, because the material work would not start on detailed design, and then ultimately that will have a knock-on effect for when we would start on site and to financial close. So yes, there would be a cost increase.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. I appreciate that clarity. If I may, Deputy Provost, and I know Fiona's perhaps wanting to come in as well. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not talking about any possible reduction in the specification of the project down the line, which may reduce the cost. I mean, I'm talking about if you're building something now versus if you're starting to build the same thing 6 months from now. And what we're seeing, what Mr. Crawford appears to have said there, is that all other things being equal, the increased cost will be of the order of 5%. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona, do you wish to add anything to the answer given?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Only in terms of context, I know your question was very specific, Councillor Drysdale, but I think just to remind all elected members that there are also costs associated with status quo in terms of the do nothing option in the briefing that you've had to date on the project. So any further planned or unplanned repairs and maintenance to the current buildings will also be subject to construction inflation in the way that Stephen has described. Plus, there will be increased inefficiencies just because of the age of the buildings. And Stephen will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think something like it's a very large percentage of the council's total carbon emissions come from Perth Leisure Pool and the Jewers Centre. Is that correct, Stephen?
Yes, that's correct. The annual utility bill for Jewers and Perth Leisure Pool is in the region of £500,000. And part of the project that we circulated the strategic outline case to you for was actually reducing the running costs and to bringing in more operational efficiency to a proposal. So that would be an additional cost of running the current facilities for longer as well.
Okay. So between these two answers, if I can just be clear, then the notional 70 million cost in 6 months of the capital project could increase by 5%. So that's 3.5 million, and in addition, the cost of the delay would, in terms of revenue costs, would be of the order for 6 months would be of the order of £250,000.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I could just clarify the 5% issue, Councillor Drysdale, what I said was the current tender building cost inflation is running about 10%. That's the indices. When in a project like this in 2 or 3 years' time, if it was in 2 or 3 years' time we would get to financial close, there would more than likely be an inflation within that. Whether it's 5% for 6 months, I'm not sure. But what Fiona said is correct. By running the more inefficient premises longer, that's going to there's a cost to that as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Forbes.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I want to just carry on that theme, if that's okay, because I had a builder in to see me last night to quote for a job, and his view on this is that material prices are likely to be like the stock market and will pop over the next few months and come crashing back down. So I'm wondering if Stephen had any thoughts on that. I mean, none of us can be absolutely sure that prices will continue to rise for materials. So does Stephen have any thoughts on whether in fact they may come down?
That's a question I asked colleagues in the industry 2 months ago, because there was a material question that I did put to the directors. The current projects we are trying to bring to financial close, do we want to delay those? The feeling or the feeling I've got from colleagues in the industry and the direction is for the next 12 to 18 months, those costs will remain at that level. And nobody is being brave enough to say what the position is going to be in 3 years' time. So to be absolutely honest, Councillor, I don't know. But there's very few people are saying what your tradesman has said.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for the clarification on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Just on the same line with the PH2O and the swimming pool, has any work been done to calculate what the carbon footprint of the current swimming pool would be, with potentially a projected cost of another similar type high environmental passive house type swimming pool that could be built in its place?
If I could answer that, the current operational carbon footprint of Dewars and Perth Leisure Pool is in the order of 2,300 tonnes a year. The current proposals we have would try to reduce that to the region of maybe 1,000 tonnes or less, a significant reduction. If I can put it into context, the entire council portfolio, of which Perth Leisure Pool and Dewars are not part of, the 2021 carbon emissions were 10,000 tonnes. So this is nearly 20% it's nearly 20% of the entire portfolio.
Thanks for that, Lord Provost. Can I just ask another question on that?
Yes, you may.
Has you know, I know don't want to preempt the climate change action plan, but has any consideration of PH2O and the requirement for it been put into or is it being looked at as part of the climate change action plan? Because if that's a quarter of our carbon, just under a quarter of our carbon footprint on one building, coming back to Councillor McCall's point, then surely this should be a very high priority, because the earlier it's done, the bigger benefits and the more chance we've got of hitting our targets by 2045. Thank you.
If I could answer, the investment blueprint and the climate action plan that are subsequently to come to council will cover that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Thanks very much, Deputy Provost. I'm concerned that there's a potentially false bidding war developing over PH2O as to who can put the most money against an as yet undesigned project, and I think it would be really helpful to manage public expectations. I think given that there is widespread cross-party support to replace PH2O, as to what is a realistic timescale for the design, build and procurement programme, you know, because I think, you know, there's no point in making decisions today to award fantasy millions to a project where there's not even been a spade in the ground or even a drawing of the thing made.
Fiona Robertson, you'd like to answer this one, please?
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and Stephen might want to come in. So in the briefing, Councillor Barrett, that was given to councillors as part of the lead up to today's meeting, we indicated that of the options that were considered in the strategic outline case, the build programme for the preferred option, which is the £70 million project, would be around 36 months. Prior to that, there would probably be a 2-year period for business case development, procurement, taking what is currently an outline design to full design stage. If we did the do minimum option, on which councillors have been briefed, which is essentially refurbishing the 2 current sites, that is estimated at around 24 months build, but that is heavily caveated, Councillor Barrett, because refurbishing buildings of this age and complexity is very, very risky in Stephen's view. So there may be things, nasties, that we uncover on site if we went down that route. So we are looking at, you know, a long time scale of between 4 to 5 years to move us from strategic outline case and an outline design, which is where we are now, through to delivery on the ground.
Thank you very much for that, Fiona. I think it's really important that those timescales are made widely known.
Thank you. Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you. The estimate for PH2O is currently 70 million. Would that take into account any construction inflation over the next 5 years? Because if there is, if inflation is not included in that estimate and inflation rises at 6% a year, that estimate then becomes £100 million. Is that, can you clarify that for me, please?
Stephen?
Councillor, the estimate is currently at today's prices. The report has talked about, just as we've done with Perth High School and Blair Rec, is not knowing where inflation or construction inflation is going to go next week and next year, and potentially there would be additions to that if going to financial close in 2 or 3 years' time. But the capital report indicated the whole capital plan was potentially under a £60 to £120 million risk pressure through tender price inflation in the current plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. My question is, can officers confirm that they have been looking at examples of more efficient passive house type leisure centres in recent times, and that a desire to achieve a more energy efficient build for PH2O has been, part of the delay in getting to where we are? Thank you.
If I could answer that, Deputy Provost, there's one other passive house swimming pool in the UK currently in construction at Exeter, and the design team have been down to Exeter to see that construction. And to learn the lessons from that. So yes, we are taking all evidence of high performance construction of a leisure centre into account as much as we can, and certainly the contractor at Exeter is really keen to come and see us.
Thank you. That's good news. Thank you. You're on mute, Deputy.
Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, maybe before I ask my question, I could just ask a quick follow-up question to Councillor Duff's, which was, what was the cost of the Exeter Passive House Swimming and Leisure Centre?
Councillor Stewart, I don't know that, to be honest, so I couldn't. I could guess, but I'm not going to. But what I'll do is I'll furnish the committee with that in the next 24 hours.
Okay, thank you. The substantive question I was going to ask was, in the presentations that elected members have had from officers, there has been the do nothing option, the rebuild option, and the preferred option. But in between, behind the preferred option, I think there were actually about 5 different things looked at, and that was the one that had been picked for the presentation. Is there or will there be the opportunity for elected members to go and challenge the assumptions in that preferred option with a potential to reduce the specification and therefore in terms of what needs to be included in the build, and therefore whether the cost could be reduced from the 70 million?
Fiona, you wish to answer this one?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stewart. You're absolutely right. The preferred option for how to build PH2O was narrowed down from 8 potential options that we looked at. Everything from a straightforward refurbishment of the existing sites to knocking down one and building on the other, to the preferred option, which is a complete new build. We're happy to talk elected members through some of those 8 options that were the most viable ones. There were really only 3 of them. 5 of them were complicated and extremely risky, again, because of the challenges and issues with the existing sites. I think the other thing to flag around the do minimum option, Councillor Stewart, in relation to your question about how could we pare back the specification of the building to maybe cut the capital costs and the revenue consequences, is that's not a straightforward correlation. So if you make the building and the facilities within the building smaller, you're reducing running costs, but you're also constraining income growth potential, which is why the do minimum option, as a building, it will have a shorter lifespan. It will attract more users than currently come to these 2 buildings at the moment. That's 400,000 users a year just now. The do minimum will attract more than that, but it will not deliver the efficiencies of the preferred option that we've briefed you on, and nor will any of the others that we explored at strategic outline case, and it is outline indications at this stage that we're looking at.
Thanks. So just to confirm, I mean, you know, if some of what has been included in, when I'm talking about specification, I'm obviously not talking about the passive house. That's something that, and energy efficiency, that's something that we're all desirous of achieving. But in terms of, you know, some of the facilities within there, or land purchase, if some of that elected members decided wasn't necessary because it wasn't going to generate sufficient income, if some of the facilities provided were for a declining market, for example, we could take that out, and that would potentially affect both the running costs and the capital build costs, just to confirm.
Yes, but yes, Councillor Stewart, yes, it would. But the health warning I would put around that is the facilities that are recommended for inclusion in the building are the ones that show growth potential, or fairly significant steady income. Curling's a good example of that. Examples of the sorts of activities that are projected to grow and are already growing in popularity with customers are fitness, group fitness and strength and conditioning activities. Yeah. So there's nothing in the preferred option specification that addresses the needs of large declining markets. There are some activities in there, and indoor bowling is probably the biggest example, Councillor Stewart, where usage has declined, but the council has a policy view that indoor bowling is socially important. But the bulk of activities and facilities that are proposed for PH2O are there because they are the ones that are capable of generating most income and making the building viable in the long term.
But the conference facility is on a downward market trend, isn't it?
Yes, it is, of the kind of large-scale conferences that Dewars Centre and PLP used to host back in the day, Councillor Stewart. And I remember when I was working in Edinburgh, you know, most major conferences, public policy conferences, would be at those buildings. The market for those has declined nationally. The proposal for PH2O, therefore, is to have smaller and more flexible conference space with smaller breakout rooms, etc., etc. Another facility that is recommended for inclusion, which doesn't currently exist at PLP or Dewars Centre, is soft play and kind of family activities like clip and climb and bouldering, because we know that they are really important for the visitor, the family visitor market, and encouraging people, whether they are local or whether they're coming from the region or elsewhere from further afield, to come and spend the day at the facility, because there's lots to do for all members of a family, and the family market is absolutely key to the business case.
Can I interrupt, Deputy Provost?
Yes, you may.
I'm just concerned that time is moving on, and we seem to have moved slightly off message and here, and we're now discussing the design specifications of a possible PH2 or otherwise. I thought the thrust of this paper was on the capital budget, and really I think we need to realign ourselves with the topic of the day, or we're going to have to reconvene tomorrow for this meeting.
Thank you very much for your comment, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Rebecca, I think this will be the final question, because I think we've had lots of questions, so I hope this is sort of a general question. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Very happy to realign, I think. Having listened to this sort of pre-debate debate on PH2, I'm not sure if my question might be a little bit hypothetical though, but is it not just time we've committed to this today and stop dithering? Let's just put our money where our mouths are now today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that comment, we shall now ask Councillor Lyle to move the report, please.
Thank you very much. I wonder we have a motion. I wonder if Mr. Henry could put the motion up on the screen, please, and I will begin and go through the moving the report or the motion from the administration. The report before us today provides an update on the capital budget we approved just over a year ago. As we are all well aware, a lot has transpired during the last 12 months, and we find ourselves today taking stock of our present position and considering our capital budget against the current cost pressures and in light of the uncertainty being experienced in the construction sector just now. The approved gross capital budget for the period 21-22 to 28-29 currently amounts to approximately 640 million of capital investment within Perth and Kinross. This funding is split between programmes of work to enhance the condition of the Council's existing assets and the construction of new projects. In that regard, the Council approved a number of new construction projects last September, including the replacement of Perth High School, a new Blairgowrie Recreation Centre, and a new primary school for North Murton and Malhousey. In line with this administration's support for the Council's Climate Change Action Plan, and with its aim of reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2045, it was proposed that the administration, and approved by Council, that we construct these new buildings to Passive House standards. These standards will deliver low carbon, energy efficient buildings compliant with our net zero ambitions. I am delighted to say that these three buildings are amongst the first public sector buildings of Passive House construction in Scotland in a year when the United Kingdom prepares to host COP26 climate conference in Glasgow and place this local authority at the forefront of the sustainable building and education sector. It was recognised at that time that the decision to increase the specification and move to Passive House standards would increase our capital outlay, but produce significant revenue savings for the Council during the lifetime of these buildings. Today, through the administration's capital budget motion, we include necessary additional capital monies to fund these approved projects. Perth High School. As an administration, we are committed to investing in children and young people across Perth and Kinross and ensuring they have the very best learning environments. Bertha Park High School has been successfully completed as the first brand new secondary school in Scotland, and our administration has now committed to funding to move to replacing Perth High School as the next step in investing in our secondary school estate. The new Perth High School will be built to Passive House standards and ensure a school building which is state of the art in terms of energy efficiency and its environmental impact. I am delighted that by making a commitment to Passive House design, we were able to attract Scottish Government investment funding for this project. We are determined to play our part in ensuring we demonstrate practical commitment to the challenges of climate change, and it is right and proper that we demonstrate that commitment to our young people in ensuring that their learning environments are constructed to the highest possible environmental standards, which our commitment of £8.3 million will hope to achieve. Blairgowrie Recreation Centre. We are committed to the replacement of Blairgowrie Recreation Centre as of last September. The reasons for replacing it are well known. The current building is dated and uninvited, and the swimming pool is too small, and the existing leisure facilities do not meet the current needs of the community. Consequently, the council has engaged with users and residents and developed a design which will provide excellent leisure facilities, including a 6-lane competition standard swimming pool, which will serve the people of East Perthshire, the swimming clubs, the fitness clubs, the regular gym goers, and those who are just starting out in their journey to a healthier and more active life. By committing £8.9 million to this project today, the administration is affirming its commitment to the people of Blairgowrie and the wider area to provide a recreation centre which meets their needs and aspirations. North Murton Malhousey Primary School. Since our decision last year to build a new primary school at North Murton Malhousey, significant progress has been made with our plans, and we anticipate reaching financial closure later this year. The current estimate for the Passive House School indicates a requirement to commit a further £3.5 million. This is an exciting development for the north of Perth, helping us to transform our school estate and deliver a more environmentally friendly learning and teaching environment. 2 further proposals have emerged that require immediate decisions. Harris Academy. Earlier this year, Dundee City Council advised Perth and Kinross that Harris Academy and Dundee had reached capacity and that they would be unable to accommodate our pupils from Invergowrie Primary School with effect of August 2023. While pupils at Invergowrie Primary School sit within the catchment area of Perth High School, under a long-standing arrangement, they have been awarded entitled status to Dundee City Council to attend Harris Academy. As a result of this arrangement, there are limited transport costs for the council due to Harris Academy being within the statutory walking distance for the Invergowrie pupils. Any change to that arrangement would result in pupils undertaking a 55-minute bus journey each way to Perth High School with an estimated annual cost of £120,000 per year. Over the 50-year period, that works out at an additional £13.7 million. Perth and Kinross Council considers that the significant difference in travel time, the longer school day and the impact on after-school activities and time for homework, etc., would have an adverse impact on the Invergowrie pupils. Excuse me a second. This administration, therefore, is proposing to provide capital funding in the region of £4.2 million to fund the extension of Harris Academy and to reach an agreement with Dundee City Council, which guarantees Invergowrie pupils the continuation of their entitled status as part of the previous arrangement. I am aware that this is in line with the wishes of the vast majority of the parents and pupils attending Invergowrie Primary School, and I am certain will be warmly welcomed by them. Our information technology and our digital capacity. The events of the last 18 months have shown how essential it is that this council continues to invest in its information technology and digital skills. As part of our transformation programme, we have developed over 80 online public-facing council services and a further 20 services internal to the council. This has resulted in significantly enhanced interaction between the public and the council via its digital services. It has provided new and smarter ways of working and increased flexibility for both council and public. The paper seeks a further 15.9 million investment in our digital services and data analytics capacity, including 6.2 million for increased Microsoft licensing for the period to 28-29. We have already an assigned capital budget for these licenses up to 24-25. The bulk of the 6.2 million cost, therefore, is not required until the years 25-26 and beyond. Consequently, and in consultation with the head of corporate IT services and revenues, we are proposing to reduce the overall total for Microsoft licenses by 5.4 million, resulting in an additional capital investment of 10.5 million towards our IT and digital capacity. PH2O, this administration remains fully committed to developing the concept of PH2O as a replacement for the Dewar Centre and Perth Leisure Pool, both of which are reaching the end of their useful lives. The anticipated cost of replacing these facilities continues to rise, and the latest estimates place this at around 70 million. In line with our responsibilities towards climate change and the public purse, we are seeking to design an energy-efficient, low-carbon replacement which reflects our commitment to produce buildings which meet the highest standards of environmental sustainability and which reduce our running costs in the long term. Few examples of leisure centres built to passive house standards exist, even in Europe, and never mind the UK at this time, and this is has become a challenge. Like so many projects, the COVID pandemic has brought about delays to the process over the past 18 months. However, the administration acknowledges and welcomes the work that has been carried out by our officers on this project to date. While we are confident that due diligence has been undertaken, we want to ensure that all options in terms of other funding possibilities are exhausted, specifically including the possibilities of joint ventures with other partners. And so we will be asking officers to use the 267,000 remaining balance of the 500,000 allocated in revenue funding previously allocated by this administration to accelerate the exploration of these alternative opportunities and to bring back an outline business case at the earliest opportunity. The allocation of the funding will be considered at the next SP&R committee. Deputy Provost, the administration's budget motion proposes to allocate an additional 35.4 million to our approved capital budget. In line with the proposal included in the report, this motion will make further use of the capital fund to take forward the administration's plans. Deputy Provost, this is a prudent and strategic approach towards our capital investment planning, which I believe is consistent with the Scottish Government's guidance for the delivery of projects in development. It supports our longer-term vision together with a short-term funded delivery programme which addresses the immediate investment decisions and needs which this council must take. As members will be aware, we intend to fully realign the revenue and capital budgets in February of next year so that the impact of the capital investment decisions on the revenue budget can be clearer and better understood. Deputy Provost, I'm happy to move the administration's capital budget motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I invite Councillor Duff to second it.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I fully endorse the Leader's comments. The administration's budget motion of option B+ is a carefully considered, prudent and judicious allocation of capital funds to a small number of significantly advanced and developed projects. To go beyond that point at this stage would, I feel, be unwise and place unnecessary additional expenditure pressures on the revenue budget without sufficient knowledge of the project detail. The administration remains completely committed to deliver the best possible leisure facilities for the residents of Perth and Kinross and towards implementing PH2O. However, the cost of PH2O project at an estimated £70 million would be the second highest capital spend which I think this authority has ever authorised. Like many members of this local authority, I'm sure the taxpaying public, I would like to see more details around the business case and the key activities making up the optimal mix of facilities on offer prior to committing such a significant amount of finance. Therefore, as explained, the administration will propose to ask officers to bring back an outline business case at the earliest opportunity, providing these details and exploring further funding options, including joint ventures. I'm sure that members and the public at large would see that as a sensible approach to take in the present circumstances. I'm happy to second the administration's capital budget motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duff. Can I ask if there are any amendments? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. Mine is mercifully short and I will not require a recess. My amendment is simply less than one line, that is that Council agree the conclusions and recommendations in paragraphs 8.1, 8.2 and 8.3 on page 16 and 17.
Thank you very much. And do you have a seconder for your amendment?
I do.
I'd like to second Deputy Provost, if I may. Firstly, I want to say from the outset that the Scottish Liberal Democrats' ambitions for our area and appetite for investment in our communities and people, our children's futures, and in our economic and social recovery are the match of any other political group within this council. And I'm really not wanting the debate to descend into a playground level of my list of shiny new things is longer or bigger than yours. I am really concerned about the governance implications of the Conservative budget proposals and Murray's magic money fund, which has been found from within the sofa of £6.2 million. I think if the report that we have in front of us is factually incorrect, and there should have been a statement to councillors at the introduction of this paper which told us that the immediate capital budget proposals outlined in section 4 and in table 4.1 were inaccurate, and that there was a £6.2 million overstatement of that immediate funding need. I don't think it is tolerable that different council groups are made aware of large-scale financial resources at different times, and I would like the Chief Executive's comment on that.
Thank you very much. Chief Executive, Deputy Interim, would you like to comment?
Okay, I'm looking for Stuart's advice as the Section 95 officer about the difference in this, and then I'll make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. My understanding is that the difference between the two figures is the third tranche of Microsoft licensing. So my colleague, the head of corporate IT and revenues, set out the funding requirements over the longer term for the council's expenditure on Microsoft licensing. The proposal in the motion, as I understand it, does not fully meet those requirements over that extended period of time, but meets those requirements over the coming 3 years. So that is the difference. It is not in terms of a normal statement of the cost. It is simply that what has been provided is not the full funding or full anticipated funding for Microsoft licensing over the length of the existing capital budget. That's essentially the difference between the two numbers.
So to paraphrase that, Councillor Lyle is tearing up the blueprint.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lane, you've an amendment.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost, and I share Councillor Barrett's quite valid concerns about the way that has come around. It's very disappointing, and we'll wait till we hear from the Interim Chief Executive on to how this has occurred and the validity of the blueprint already. So Thank you. I will not go through line by line what is in the report as the leader of the council did in his amendment. I will just basically give you what we see as important and which we will be wanting to support just now. So it gives me great pleasure, Deputy Provost, to submit this SNP budget amendment. Perth and Kinross Council has to take bold steps now to commit to projects which will enhance the lives of all the citizens of the local authority. We cannot continue to be the council that delays and postpones decisions. It seemed a bit like Groundhog Day when I heard the leader of the council and his motion yet again state that they will ask officers to come forward with a business case for PH2O. We need to be making firm commitments to capital projects which have been very long in the planning stage and which no one could argue against the need for them to be taken forward. And in the debate, we had many reasons for PH2O, from the climate change agenda to the rising cost of construction and also to the costs of repairs to keep the facility almost running as it is just now. This SNP amendment seeks to commit to all the projects in option A, which includes £70 million for PH2O, £8.3 million further funding for Perth High School replacement, £8.9 million further funding for Blairgowrie Recreation Centre, the necessary £4.2 million towards Harris Academy's capacity increase, £15.9 million investment in IT, which officers have stated that is necessary in the very near future. We will fulfil that ask in full. £3.5 million towards the North Murton Malhousey School. But additionally to this, we propose a £5 million investment towards the council's climate change agenda. We also include £800,000 towards the A9 dualling link road improvements, which have been in our capital budget for many years. We also wish to put £6 million to augment our school estate programme. These are ambitious proposals, but now the time has come for action, not for future promises. PH2O is vital for the future of health, wellbeing and sport in PKC. The Gowrie Recreation Centre is vital for the same reasons and certainly must be given now to these projects. There must be a statement of intent. The necessary further funding for Perth High School and North Murton Malhousey School must also be committed now. Harris Academy spend will increase the capacity there to allow PKC pupils to continue to attend the school of their choice for years to come. The IT spend is obviously necessary to ensure that Perth and Kinross can continue working and finding smarter and more efficient ways of working in the future. The SNP Group's additional spending proposals of £5 million in capital investment to support actions that will likely arise from the upcoming climate change report for either standalone carbon reduction projects or to be used to supplement existing projects or programmes. This funding will help to attract match funding for these projects. The £6 million of strategic capital investment in our school estate will improve the learning experiences for our young people by augmenting the investment already committed in this area by Perth and Kinross Council. Finally, the funding of the £800,000 to enable that both the C408 and the U38 be improved to provide a satisfactory link routes to the A9, removing much of the commuter traffic from the villages of Stanley and Lunkerty. I know that my fellow colleague, my fellow Ward Councillor Ian James will welcome this wholeheartedly. As you can see, our budget is fully funded, and I would ask that you support this ambitious capital budget for the benefit of all the people of Perth and Kinross. No delay, no postponement of decisions, etc. For once, let us seize the day. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Very much.
Sorry about the phone call.
Councillor Parrott, you wish to second it?
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Provost. And I'm very happy to second what I call our option A+ amendment. And I would like to thank officers for the time they've given up to help us prepare it. I don't want to go on at length, but with regard simply to PH2O, I will say that the time has now come to commit. The spending will come in due course. On this one, this is a project that has, or not going ahead with it, has a huge environmental and climate change burden. The time has come to advance cautiously into present uncertainty, but by giving the commitment now, we are not rushing headlong into the abyss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Can I ask if the committee services could put our amendment text on the screen, please? And while they do that, I will just speak to it because it's not a very long amendment. My thanks to officers for their assistance over the past couple of weeks in answering our detailed questions around some of these matters. As the Council's Head of Finance set out at the start of this item, there are a couple of urgent items which do require a decision by the Council today, and those decisions around the new North Murton Malhousey Primary School, the Invergowrie pupils attending Harris Academy, and the ongoing investment in IT do need to be taken today, and we are supportive of that. It is absolutely right that the Council takes those pressing decisions, but in our view, the Council should wait to make the remaining capital decisions alongside the revenue budget as per the normal process in the new year. If we wait a couple of months, we will know our budget allocation from government, and we'll also have a much greater understanding of the impact of the pandemic. And in our view, it is more appropriate to make these decisions at the same time, so that we understand the impact of significant new capital spending and what that will impact on our revenue funding and services as a result. We're also, however, proposing to take a £2.2 million saving from the office estate from 2025, and that will create 55 million in borrowing capacity at current rates, and that will all be able to be applied to planned and any new spending that the Council decides to proceed with in the capital capital budget process decisions in the new year. We believe that the Council does need to urgently look at ways to make the capital programme financially sustainable in the future, and we echo a lot of what Councillor Barrett mentioned earlier on around some of the concerns about the levels of funding in the programme at the moment. We do all aspire to have the best services for all of our citizens across Perth and Kinross, and I don't think anyone's saying that we can't have that, but I do think we actually need to have a much wider, fuller consideration of what the future of services are going to look like post-pandemic, and I don't think we actually have all the information to make those decisions now. So in our view, we think we should wait until the new year to make those decisions.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDade. Councillor Bailey, you wish to second the motion amendment?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm very happy to second this amendment, which puts £55 million of borrowing power into the pot rather than spending money that we just don't have. There is a need for a certain level of fiscal responsibility at this juncture. Until we know how much money is in the piggy bank, it is irresponsible to go on a spending spree. We elected members need to look further than the next round of elections and approach decisions about these massive projects with a cool head, and only once we know what our funding position is. The earliest that will be is February or March time of next year, once we know what money is coming to us from government. This amendment ensures that the handful of projects that require genuine urgent decisions are able to proceed, while putting money into the pot ready for when we have a fuller picture early next year. At that stage, it will be my priority to reconfirm that priorities such as leisure facility and school rebuilds are good to go. Nothing is being cancelled or delayed today by this amendment or the Liberal Democrat one. We must not kid ourselves into blindly using this occasion to commit on a long-term capital programme without information about what we have. On the other hand, we are required today to make an urgent decision regarding the funding to extend the Harris Academy at Dundee to accommodate our residents from Invergowrie. That decision has to be made now so that Dundee knows we're committed. Further, it stands firmly on its own 2 feet, being a spend to save that will result in the council being £5.4 million better off over the lifetime of the buildings. I welcome this move as an example of councils working together to deliver the results that our residents clearly want and will clearly benefit from. 2 hours per day on a bus compared to a short walk up the hill from Invergowrie was going to be a terrible outcome for the kids, and I'm glad we now have a proposal that makes that unnecessary. I'm happy to support this sensible and pragmatic proposal for the Harris Academy today, as well as Councillor McDade's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Simpson, you spoke to your motion. I know you want to make a comment. This is probably...
With the greatest respect, Deputy President, in the excitement of the afternoon, I did not get the opportunity to speak to my motion, and that's my comment. I said what it was, and everything carried on. So,
I'm very sorry. I presumed that was all you were going to say. My apologies. Someone actually seconded what you were saying, so I presumed that was it.
Well, I do beg your pardon, Deputy Provost. I will be very brief, but not quite that brief, if that's acceptable.
Very good.
Right. I find myself, Deputy Provost, in an unusual position today. Under normal circumstances, the deputy leader of a small opposition party who is standing in for his group leader who's on holiday would not find himself effectively proposing what we imagined was the administration paper concerning the capital budget proposals for 2021 and 22. However, that is what I am proposing, is that we agree the recommendations and the conclusions in paragraphs 8.1, 8.2 and 8.3. As has been said, we have just agreed the reasoned and lengthy arguments in favour of the investment blueprint, and I don't think we should be expected to tear it up now. It is absolutely essential that we take full cognizance of Scottish Government guidelines with regard to the setting of our capital budget, and it is equally essential that we have regard to the well-being of everyone in Perth and Kinross. To this end, we must all ensure that the Perth and Kinross capital budget remains truly fit for purpose and is not hijacked for use as part of next year's council election campaign. I would urge you all to read again paragraphs 5.19 onwards, which clearly set out the benefits of option B, and pay particular attention to the comparison of borrowing costs in graph 5.17, and vote to approve option B and provide some certainty in these uncertain times. Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Provost.
Thank you very much. We've heard the motion and we have heard all the amendments. Are there any comments? Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I wish to support fully the SNP amendment. I think it gives an indication, a significant indication, of what an SNP administration aims to achieve from May of next year on. And yes, there are political differences here, because this is about political choices and about political priorities. There's been quite a bit of talk about construction inflation. I can understand the concerns there. Actually, I have to tell you, my bigger concern is on the general level of inflation. It's almost certainly heading to 4% by the end of this year in the UK, and that's nobody would have predicted that a year ago. There's a real danger it goes higher than that, and certainly if we get back to levels we saw within the recent past of 6-7%, then the Bank of England, and it's not just global inflation, the Bank of England intervenes, and the policy response nearly always is to raise interest rates. And there's a real danger that if we do not lock in to really what are historically very low interest rates to the Public Works Loan Board, we're going to end up paying an awful lot more on borrowing costs. But it seems to me sensible to lock in. I'm not going to go through all the various proposals, but it is fully funded and costed. I think there's two things I would say. On climate change, the 5 million that we're proposing there, I think is necessary so we can respond quickly and rapidly to what may come up, and I think in particular, we've been talking in the council about feasibility studies, so the projects are shovel ready and good to go. And I think it's very important, this extra 5 million, along with all the talk earlier today, that it is about action, and in particular the funding might well support bids to attract match funding, and we can leverage that capital. So it's something we should use, and so we can proceed at pace. On the school estate, the 6 million is there. We've heard today that the review, it's long overdue, of the council school estate and the school management plan, asset management plan, which was going to, as you know, come to internal audit at the end of 2018. But it may well be that that review is indeed going to pick up need for repair and maintenance with various schools. This gives us the capacity to respond and respond rapidly on top of our existing budgets. I'm going to say one final thing, and that is what the Tories have put forward, and it has come to me as a surprise, is the investment in IT and digital capacity. Officers had proposed 15.9 million. The Tories now believe they can do it for 10.5 million. The original proposal was, and that was going to go forward anyway, is to provide certainty over the medium term, basically over the next 8 years. Now, I'm concerned about this. I'm concerned, for instance, on training. That's an issue that came up, I remember, in audit 3-4 years ago, and we're spending far too little on training. So I think it's something that both scrutiny and audit want to look at, because especially if we move towards hybrid working, different work patterns with our employees, we've really got to be up to speed on IT. And I'm not quite clear why the Tories want to lop off that 5.4 million. I have a fear that that might yet prove to be a false economy, and it is something that we need to revisit. Finally, obviously PH2O, the real point about it is it's been so long taken so long. I remember we did a presentation just before lockdown, and even then you thought it's been delayed. And I know this, you can say the COVID pandemic, has held things up, but really there's been virtually no progress over the last 4 to 5 years. I think we've got to be clear on this. This is what we are going to proceed with. This is what we're going to do. We want to find the most cost-effective solution, but we, as a party, in administration, we want to get a grip. We want to move this forward. We want some actual direction on what we're doing on this council, and that is all.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson, for your comments. If you don't mind, I'm just going to remind councillors of the time. It's now 16:29, and we agreed in standing orders that we'd not have any meetings going beyond 5 p.m. I don't want to stifle comments, but I just want to remind you, I would really like that we can finish this agenda today. So make your comments succinct, and we can get on to the vote for this very important paper. So I hope you don't mind me saying it, but I think maybe we need to remember the time and how tiring it is for people to sit all day at a screen, as we noted in standing orders. Thank you. Councillor McDade, do you have a point of this clarification?
Yes, Deputy Provost, just on what you just said there. I was under the impression that the 5 p.m. thing was a discretionary thing that was in the virtual protocol rather than the standing orders, but I'm very happy to be corrected on that.
Well, that is even more so if it's in the virtual protocol, because I think it's quite long for people to sit all day at a screen, as we all know. So I'm still, we'd like you try to, let's move this on as quickly and efficiently as possible. But thank you for raising that, Councillor McDade. Councillor Drysdale.
I actually think Councillor Rebecca was before me.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. Thank you, Deputy Provost. And point taken, will be very brief, but it is important. I think that we get a chance to engage with the budget process. But point taken. It's right that we're building a replacement Perth High School. It's right that we're doing it to Passive House standard. It's right that the North Murton Malhousey merger has been built to Passive House standard as well. And the investment in the Harris Academy extension does feel like at least the least worst option. And I think, like Councillor Bailey, it's right to commend the collaborative nature that Perth and Kinross Council and Dundee Council have engaged in over this matter. Personally, I'd quite like to thank SNP colleagues across both council areas for the constructive conversations that have taken place as well. I think that's been very helpful. I think the difference between the budgets today is the £6 million extra that we've got in the school estate fund, because we've all got schools in our wards that need capital investment from time to time, but fall short of what's deemed major capital projects. And I think this £6 million will be very helpful towards that. It's certainly something that we have had, or certainly similar things in our SNP budgets previously. Councillor Sarbar, amongst others, has proposed very similar things. And I think this consistency for extra money in the school estate is very important, particularly as we go to what's probably a broader school estate strategy post the school estate review, which was appropriate and necessary, but narrower in nature. So I thank colleagues in the SNP Council group for their support on this £6 million extra for the school estate fund. I think, just in summary, the real difference, apart from the £6 million from the school estate fund and £5 million for the climate change emergency, is in PH2, and I make no apology for hurrying this along. We do need to support it now, and we do need to support it today, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I want to pick up on the PH2O angle and focus on that specifically. I cannot believe the procrastination, endeavour and delay that we're seeing here. I'm looking at the PKC website and an article on that dated 23rd of July this year. It's 11 weeks ago, in which the Leader of the Council is quoted as saying that these capital projects, including PH2O, are not just key to our continued economic growth and sustainability, they will bring lasting benefits for all our residents. That's health and well-being benefits for all of our residents. Standing still is not an option, said Councillor Lyle 11 weeks ago, and yet here we are today proposing that is exactly what we do. We stand still. We've heard from Mr. Crawford a short while ago when he set out the financial cost of delay, 3.75 million by delaying 6 months. That's over £20,000 for every day that we delay, additional costs of £20,000. But as I say, it's not just the financial cost, it's the health and well-being costs. We must, absolutely must, progress with this project immediately. Thank you.
Councillor Purvis.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm very much in support of the motion today. I think it is a sensible and pragmatic approach to take in relation to the capital budget. It deals with the immediate priorities, including, as we've talked about, the Harris solution, which is very positive, the IT issues and investment that's required there, as well as the North Murton and Malhousey new school. I also think it's absolutely vital that we continue to press ahead immediately with Perth High School and also with Blairgowrie Recreation Centre. When we've made promises to our communities in that regard, we should deliver on them. I think that voters in Perth City South will need to reflect very carefully on the fact that their two Liberal Democrat councillors do not see that as a priority to progress at the moment, but that is a matter for them. Turning to the SNP amendment, which I found fanciful, to be perfectly honest, the SNP seem to have found a magic money tree to fund the significant capital expenditure in their budget. While we are all supportive of the principle of PH2O and of giving new leisure facilities to residents in Perth and Kinross, we do also have to make sure that we are sensible with taxpayers' money. The proposal that's on the table at the minute for 70 million is, in my view, significantly too expensive. There are lots of things that we could do to see if we can reduce the cost of that. We need to consider whether all of the facilities do need to be provided by the public sector or whether we could work in partnership with the private sector too. Some of the additional costs that have been included, such as land purchase, I think are wholly unnecessary for this project. Now, we know why the SNP have put this in the budget. It's a cheap, well, maybe cheap's not the right word to use. It's a very expensive election stunt. And I think voters in Perth and Kinross will see through that. We in the Conservatives on the administration have put the money in place for the business case to look at partnerships with the private sector and other organisations. Perth and PH2O will be delivered, but it will be delivered at a sensible cost which taxpayers can afford, and we will not put the burden of the cost of delivering that onto the taxpayers and residents of Perth and Kinross. So I think that our motion charts a middle course. It delivers on the important things that we need to get done now and the promises that we have made to our communities, but it's also affordable. And, you know, we need to put that affordability before party political point scoring to get photos on election leaflets.
Thank you very much. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I wasn't aware that the Conservatives had a more affordable option or any option coming up for PH2O. I think we've chatted quite considerably today about the climate emergency and about COP26, and one of the key elements of COP26 is to reduce our carbon footprint. And there's been a call going out that for to meet our initial 2030 goals, and that a lot of projects have to be accelerated. And when we look at the carbon footprint of the current swimming pool and Dewars Ice Rink, and we look at the potential carbon savings of that, it's all very good talking about and saying we want to deal with the climate emergency. We want to deal with it. We want passive house buildings and that, but there needs to come a time to commit to it, because every year you delay, you're adding another 2,300 tonnes of CO2 into the atmosphere, and there's a real need to deal with this. The financial benefit of going early has been clearly made. Councillor Donaldson and Drysdale articulated it better than I will ever articulate the reasonings for committing to this project now and start moving it forward. Just continually stalling it will just make it more expensive, or you end up with just a cheaper version that doesn't appeal to visitors coming in to use it. So it won't generate the income required and what you want. I fully support the SNP budget. I fully support the PH2 project. A commitment to it now. Let's get the ball really moving and let's start to deliver and get, you know, reduce from the council's perspective and buildings just under a quarter of our carbon footprint.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hearn.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. I just want to pick up on the comments that have been made by various people, including Councillor Donaldson, in the fact that the administration are cutting back on IT, which is badly needed at the moment for the council. We only picked up on one part of it, and that was the licensing side of the IT and the shortfall that was put forward by officers for the licensing, and that shortfall came about by the Microsoft changing the licensing model from previous versions of Microsoft Office to the Microsoft 365 licensing environment, and that led to a 6.3 million pound shortfall over the next 7 years. Microsoft only require a minimum of 3-year licensing, and we don't know what Microsoft will change in years to come and whether there's going to be another shortfall because of the way the licensing model works. So we have taken the prudent way of moving forward and just looking at the minimum 3 years, which will cost approximately 840,000, and we have not rejected, but we have put aside the funding for the further 5 years, which will give us that saving of 5.4 million. And I just wanted to clarify that. That's making my comments very brief, and I just wanted to pick up and counter the comments that were made by others earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Braun.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and I'm conscious of the time, so I'll concentrate on 2 areas if I may. With this motion, I'm pleased that we are now prepared to further commit to the Blairgowrie Recreation Centre, already in the capital budget, but now allowing for the increased costs, which includes building to passive house standards, a decision already supported by this chamber. We started with just a sum of money and no effective business plan or design, no drawings, and have pushed this forward to the point where a formal planning application should soon come forward. This has taken time, with much going on behind the scenes. The pandemic has played its part, as has the inclusion of passive house with little existing reference for designers to work from. But once constructed, this new recreation standard will be one of the first in the UK to be built to this standard and should have a working life of some 50 years. It will run economically and be energy efficient. There have been ongoing doubts as to this administration's commitment and belief in this project. So from this moment, let those doubts be put aside. Once and for all, this project is moving forward, and it's moving at the right pace. And with that in mind, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Leader of the Council for taking time out to visit the site just a few days ago and discuss the project with the local press and further confirm our commitment to the people of Blairgowrie. Another construction project, of course, is PH2O for Perth. This remains an important project and all sides of the chamber recognise that, but the cost, as we've seen quoted in this paper, is £70 million. 70 million. Now, I'm sure Mr. Mackenzie could tell us that he'd go out and borrow that money tomorrow at very low rates at the moment. But all borrowing has to be paid back, and it has to be paid back from revenue, and that revenue is taxpayers' money. We have to be sure. Deputy Provost, given the borrowing involved and the estimated borrowing costs to be found, it is prudent to wait until the capital budget can be assessed in line with the revenue budget in February, March, which is just a short time away. Having to wait further will be a disappointment to the members of the Board of Live Active Leisure, who I know, as do Councillors Rebeck and McEwen, have worked hard to bring this forward and are committed to the health and well-being of the residents of Perth. However, I am sure they recognise the changes since their proposal was drawn up, with the uncertainty of construction costs now prevalent. We are some 4 months away from the budget process, and that will allow opportunities to assess and evaluate resources to meet this proposal. Accordingly, I will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you, Councillor James.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I hope you can hear. I'm having real IT issues here. Everything that Councillor Braun's just said, I would reiterate. And just as an aside, the 70 million, it would be irresponsible of us to commit that sort of money right now without even a business plan, which we put the money in place or said, you know, the money left to come up with a business plan. Just for clarification, Exeter, I did a quick check. Exeter Passive House started off with a quote 26 million in 2016. At the moment, last year, it was 44 million. you know, it's a lot of money to commit to, which we haven't got. My Councillor Lane said that it would be good if I supported his budget. Unfortunately, I can't. 70 million for PH2O I can't support. He does that on the premise of putting 0.8 million into the budget for I take it Stuart Towers Road. Missed the boat. We as an administration of Conservatives put money in the budget last year, and in fact I've been led to believe that work actually starts on that very soon, or the census are going down for that. So I think the Conservative budget is a sensible one, one we can afford given the present circumstances, and so I'd go with the Conservative budget. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. I think given how the questioning session on this paper started with so much inquiry about the PH2 project, I think it demonstrates that there are some councillors in this council who have not paid very much attention to the briefings and the releases of information about PH2O in the past. And I think some of the diatribe coming from Councillor Purvis, etc., is just another example of the lack of understanding. I don't think anybody's going out tomorrow to borrow £70 million because that's not how capital expenditure is done. And I think maybe the council officers maybe need to run another how capital money works for councillors to attend another briefing session, because there are so many out there who don't seem to understand what's happening in front of them. The PH2O, can it be done privately? Well, I'm sure there will be private companies who would want to come in and maybe build an ice rink for there's lots of money in the Caroline, but are they going to do the things that don't make money, like the bowling? Are they going to want to provide the facilities that the GPs want for people to do their exercise related to their health, people who are pre-diabetic, you know, middle-aged, overweight people that sometimes stand for election, maybe need to do a bit more exercise to improve their health, and that can be done through places like Live Active Leisure. I'm very glad to say that my speech that I initially wrote last night doesn't have to be said, because I read the Blairgowrie Advertiser yesterday, and there was quotes in there from the leader of the council saying that he would hope that the capital budget would be there for the Blair Rec Centre come the spring. But I see today that actually the funding for that's here. So either Claire de Morgan, the journalist who wrote that article, didn't understand what the leader of the council was saying, or maybe needs to get back to them with a wee letter of clearing up the facts. Other facts as well, both Councillor Braun and the leader of the council and the Blairy both say that the Blairgowrie Rec Centre is a 50-year project. It's not, it's a 40-year project because it has a swimming pool. So we cannot borrow the money over 50 years, we have to borrow over 40 years. So that's a substantial fact that's just been incorrectly quoted by the both of you. And the Blairgowrie Advertiser also says that the Blair Rec Centre's in the planning process. Well, it's only at the screening process and planning. It's only been through its pan back in June this year, so it's not in the planning process at all. Unlike Perth High School, which was approved at the same time as Passive House, has the same construction issues as every other build, but has been advanced and is in the planning system. So there seems to be choices going on here, and there seems to be subterfuge behind hiding why those choices have been made. Thank you, Vice Convener.
Thank you very much. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I have to confess that I agree with Councillor Purvis' views of the lack of commitment towards PH2 from my fellow ward colleagues who have consistently voted against any of our budget amendments, which always included a commitment to PH2O. But I think that's where it stops. I would remind him, and all elected members here today actually, that I and my SNP colleagues have, since the start of this council term, pursued a commitment from this administration that there was a real desire to pursue PH2 and get it delivered. That's why I described the question I raised today about feeling a bit like Groundhog Day. We got all the nice words, but no real action or commitment, and certainly there's no sign of delivery anytime soon. So to claim that our commitment to PH2O is an election stunt is both incorrect and disrespectful to me personally as the only ward councillor who has consistently raised this issue at these meetings and other meetings in the council. And it's also disrespectful to the residents of my ward and the wider Perth and Kinross community. And I also don't share, Councillor Purvis, your description of our SNP amendment budget as presented here today. It's fully funded. It is ambitious, but perhaps that's what is fanciful for the administration, whose budget is devoid of any real imagination or ambition. I would ask all councillors to really set aside for 1 minute your parochial views and your nasty point scoring, and really think about what is best for the people of Perth and Kinross. And lastly, I sincerely hope that the underlying tone that seems to be here today is that PH2O will in fact be delivered by a private sector partner who, as Councillor McEwen has said just before me, probably would not be interested in some of the aspects of service delivery that would be of benefit to our citizens. It's really alarming to hear this seems to be the end point for the administration. Sell it off cheap and let the private sector take the profits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shires.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm pleased to support the Scottish Conservative capital budget proposal. As we've said on numerous times in this chamber, despite the constant assault on our budgets by the Scottish Government, we are ambitious for the people of Perth and Kinross and want to make capital investments which are well thought out and prudent. We want to ensure that our investments provide buildings and other infrastructure which are fit for purpose for many years to come. In my role as convener, I'm delighted we found a solution for pupils from Invergowrie to allow the long-standing arrangements with Harris to continue, and thank our officers, in particular Gina Devlin and Greg Boland, and Councillor John Alexander and his colleagues at Dundee City Council for securing this agreement. I also welcome progress on Perth High School and North Murton Malhousey School, and we've already reached exciting milestones which I thank officers and the school communities for participating in. In my ward role, I recall when an initial budget was earmarked for the Blairgowrie Recreation Centre, thinking fantastic, we can get on and get it built next week, possibly showing a naivety on my part at that stage of my time as a councillor. At that time there was no actual design in place, but rather a set of options for what might be put in the building, which would then serve thousands of people across East Perthshire and serve as PE facilities for the high school. We then had to go through lengthy consultation with the public about what they wanted to see, and then all of that had to be weighed up against what we could afford and build on the site. I've always believed putting all our sporting eggs in one basket at the high school was a mistake, given it is a tight site and given that it serves such a huge area and not just the town. We need to consider parking, access to public transport, accessibility on foot or bicycle. I was thrilled, therefore, that we were able to secure £500,000 for the 3G pitch at Davy Park as part of our capital investment. Our commitment to that has also enabled a significant sum to be secured from the Ganachie Trust. Work is cracking on at the Davy Park site and we'll see an amazing facility that the whole community will benefit from, and not just those that play football. We've now agreed that the 6-lane 25-metre pool, additional size gym and a passive house design, which makes the building only the second leisure centre in the UK, built to sector leading environmental standards, will go ahead. The process has been longer than I would have hoped for, but who would ever have seen a global pandemic and the knock-on effects on the construction and procurement sectors? But I'm delighted that we are now in this position and moving to the planning stage milestone, and we will then see the state-of-the-art facility delivered for the residents of East Perthshire and Blairgowrie High School. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have got 2 more people who are going to have comments, and the final comment will be from Councillor Forbes. Councillor Stewart. Have we lost Councillor Stewart? Oh, he can't unmute. Well, we will go. Can we go to Councillor Forbes while you try to unmute, and if not, we'll just have to leave it, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Forbes.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. It seems a lot of us are having IT gremlins. I suspect our IT equipment is as tired as you must be now, so I'll move on and be as quick as I possibly can. We must all agree that this has been a really difficult time for local government in Scotland. We're emerging from a pandemic that has hugely impacted our ability to deliver our services. We see cuts to our budget by the Scottish Government, yet the expectations of our communities increase every single day. That's set against a background for difficult decisions for us all, but we were elected to make these decisions, and that's what we must do. So I want to speak very briefly, you'll be pleased to know, about 3 topics. Firstly, our decision not to include any more money for PH2O. Now, I use the word more because we have already put significant money behind this project. You will remember we set aside 500,000 to create a business case for this project, and due to the issues I've just mentioned, that has not yet concluded. So no one should be in any doubt that I support a new pool for Perth. What I can't support is the ambiguous figure of 70 million. When I was on the board of LEL just a few years ago, PH2O was always talked about as a 20 million project. And then just last weekend, an article in the Courier, which was about the outgoing chair of LEL, the project cost was quoted at 25 million. However, we're now facing a bill of 70 million. To support the spending of this huge sum of public funds when we don't even have the full business case in front of us would be financially foolish, and I just can't support that. We must get the business case completed as a matter of urgency, get back round the table as soon as we can and make a decision on this, give Perth the pool it needs and it deserves, and I'm absolutely committed to that process. On the second issue, this is one of IT. It seems to have caused a huge amount of upset to some people. Well, Deputy Provost, is pretty simple. As was outlined by Councillor Ahern, we took the time to investigate this matter. If other groups didn't have the time nor the inclination to do so, then that's their issue. Councillor Ahern explained our thinking on this matter better than I can, so I will say no more and move on quickly. To my last point, I'm absolutely delighted, I genuinely am, that we found a simple and practical solution for the children of Invergowrie, which will allow them to continue secondary education with their friends at Harris and Dundee. This has been the biggest issue for Invergowrie over the past couple of years. Not only does this investment make financial sense relative to travel costs, it also makes sense for the children. I want to thank the officers for working with their colleagues in Dundee to make this happen. But Deputy Provost, much more important than that, I want to thank the children and the parents of Invergowrie for their work on this. They supported me when I spoke to Dundee Council's Education Committee. They attended my public meeting. They helped me deliver leaflets. They came to Dundee Council when I arranged for them to deliver letters to Councillor Hunter, and they participated in media engagement. All these things kept this in the eye of the decision makers, and it's worked. So thanks to all of them, their children's education will continue at Harris for the future.
Thank you very much, Councillor Forbes. Councillor Stewart, have you been successful unmuting, or will we just leave it at that? No response, so I take it not been successful. I see no other comments in the chat box, so I'd like to thank you all very much for your contributions.
Councillor,
so sorry,
before
we go,
Deputy Provost.
Yes, Barbara would like to come in to clarify something said earlier, and I apologise for that to Councillor Barrett.
Okay, so thank you, Deputy Provost. In response to sort of a couple of comments as well as Councillor Barrett's one, I would just like to make the specific following points. In terms of the inquiry about IT costs, as elected members are aware, during the budget review process, groups can ask questions of officers in terms of each proposal. As such, I understand that in this instance, those questions were asked of officers, answers provided, and the administration group then took decisions based on that decision. As such, they were not new costings. It was not information that had not been made available to all elected members, and I would like to offer the reassurance if that had been the case, then all groups would have got that information. I'd also like to remind elected members that this is an officer paper, not an administration paper, and as such it is officer recommendations that are contained in it. And in relation to PH2O, I think it's very clear that the £70 million that has been referred to is not a tender price, as referred to at one point as well. In relation to the investment blueprint, these are guiding principles for elected members to follow. And it is far from me to remind elected members that that is part then of local democracy about how the council makes decisions against these, and also about taking the views of officers and officer recommendations into consideration or not? Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you very much for clarifying these points. I think it's important that that was done. So my apologies for not bringing you in at the end. Okay, thank you. Are we now ready to go to the vote, or Councillor Lyle, do you wish to add anything?
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. I'm conscious of time and all the issues. I'd just like to say that in response to Councillor McCall and her frustrations, etc., and her assertions that no one else seems particularly interested in PH2O, I'm very interested in PH2O, and I'm absolutely certain every ward member in Perth South is also really committed to that. I also, you know, I would like to think that all councillors across the floor are looking to the best possible solutions to getting PH2O over the line as soon as possible. But I do think the right time for that is when we align the capital and revenue budgets in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Barrett, you have a point of order.
Yes, thanks, Convener. I wasn't aware that the movers of the amendments had all waived their rights to sum up under the terms of the standing orders, paragraph 21.8.
I was maybe just hoping that I would maybe get away with that just as the time was going on, so therefore I haven't. So over to you.
I think it was Councillor Simpson that moved the amendment in Lib Dem's case.
So Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much.
Provost, I'm not trying to belabour this or deny Councillor Simpson the right to speak, but I think the order would be Councillor Xander McDade, followed by Lewis, followed by Grant Lang.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't go back the chat as far as he gave the first one. So,
Deputy Provost, for clarity, the order in terms of standing orders would be, for summing up, firstly would be Councillor McDade, who moved the third amendment, then Councillor Lang, who moved the second amendment, and then Councillor Simpson, who moved the first amendment, and then Councillor Lyle is summing up for the motion.
Very good. Councillor McDade.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I'll keep it quick. I think that we should just go with the officer recommendation with our additional recommendation and set the full capital budget in the beginning of the year as we set it in our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who is next?
I think it's myself. Deputy Provost. I think it's myself.
Yes, Councillor Lang.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. Yes, first of all, I would just have to, I'm glad to have the chance to correct Councillor James, where he obviously does, there's two roads there with two different numbers that I gave, and there's not funding for both of them. In fact, it's not even decided which one's going to do, so just want to, he maybe wants to look into it a little bit further before claiming that it was, I've missed the boat. So that's just one little parochial point of correcting his inaccuracies there that I have taken the opportunity to do. I really welcome the fact that both ourselves and the administration's motion has put the money into Blair Gowrie Recreation Centre after bringing it up in many meetings throughout the last 4 or 5 years. I don't mind who's trying to claim credit for it. It's just fantastic that the funding, the extra funding's there, and the building's going to be built, and it's going to be a great asset. Because at the end of the day, we can all try and claim our own little successes or not, when actually we've all managed to get that one over the line. And we do that with a lot of capital projects. We actually work together and we feed off each other, and we'll get there in the end. The disappointing one, obviously, for myself is PH2O. It is fully funded by office reorganisation, etc., putting towards it. And I think I'm kind of concerned with what seems to be coming out from the Conservative group, that they would look to privatise this. where we will not have the full suite of activities that we need to do, and possibly will not help social prescribing, etc., and health and mental health and wellbeing, and keep it at an affordable price, which we do when it's an arm's length organisation. So that is concerning for me moving forward, and that's really all I have to say on these two topics. And I'm glad that we all came together to make the decision about Harris Academy and doing capital funding for, which is obviously the best result for climate change, for the young people who can now walk to their school instead of being transported. I think that was just shows when we all come together and we see a good idea, we can all alight on it, and we should all take credit for that, and thank the officers for doing the work with officers in Dundee City Council. So when we work together, we can achieve good things for our residents, and then sometimes we'll just take longer to get there, and we have different priorities. But at the end of the day, we're all working for the people who are our electorate. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Provost. I'm very happy to recommend to you all that we agree with the officers' well thought through recommendations and opt to agree with the paper. I'm not so happy with Councillor Purvis, who seems guilty of believing his own spinning on PH2O. There has been no abandoning of PH2O by our group or any of our members in Perth South. And I'm equally disappointed with Councillor McCall, who is blatantly misrepresenting the deliverability of PH2O, which will not be advanced by the SNP motion. Please support the paper.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lyle.
Thank you. I've already said my piece, and to be fair, to stand corrected by Councillor Lane, I did forget to thank colleagues in Dundee City Council for their cooperation over the Harris Academy potential, how would you say, partnership and the build going forward, because I think that is important, and certainly important for the children who would be travelling by bus otherwise. So thank them for the cooperation. But in general, it's been an interesting debate. I think the Conservative position is well laid out. I think it's a prudent, sensible budget, and I don't wish to say any further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Purvis, is this a point of clarification?
Just very briefly, it's been said by two members that my criticism of the Liberal Democrats was in relation to PH2O. It was actually in relation to Perth High School, and I stand by those comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're ready to go to the vote.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. We're dealing with item 7 on the agenda, report by Interim Chief Executive and Head of Finance, Capital Budget 2021-22 to 2028-29 update. We have a motion by Councillor Lyle, seconded by Councillor Duff, to agree the recommendations in the report and include the additional text that was shared on the screen and emailed to you as part of the motion. We have a first amendment from Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Peter Barrett, to approve the recommendations as set out in the report. We have a second amendment from Councillor Lane, seconded by Councillor Parrott, to agree the recommendations in the report, and also including the additional information that was shared and circulated to you. We have a third amendment from Councillor McDade, seconded by Councillor Bailey, to agree the recommendations in the report alongside the additional recommendation as part of the information that was circulated to you. So in line with standing orders, the second amendment will be put against the third amendment, and the winner of that one will then be put against the first amendment. So can I first of all ask members to confirm if they're voting for the second amendment by Councillor Lane or the third amendment by Councillor McDade. Councillor Ahern.
Abstain.
Councillor Bailey.
Third amendment.
Deputy Provost.
Abstain.
Councillor Barnacle.
Abstain.
Councillor Liz Barrett.
Abstain.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Abstain.
Census by your point value. But what I'll do is I'll break it up into a few different parts.
Sorry, can I just remind members to mute microphones, please? Councillor Braun.
Abstain.
Councillor Brock.
Third amendment.
Councillor Audrey Coates.
Abstain.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Abstain.
Councillor Donaldson.
Second amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Second amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Abstain.
Councillor Forbes.
Abstain.
Councillor Gray.
Second amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Abstain.
Councillor James.
Abstain.
Councillor Jarvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Lane.
Second amendment.
Councillor Lyle.
Abstain.
Councillor Massey.
Second amendment.
Councillor McCall.
Abstain.
Councillor McCall.
Second amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Third amendment.
Councillor McEwen.
Second amendment.
Provost.
Abstain.
Councillor Parrott.
Second amendment.
Councillor Pover.
Second amendment.
Councillor Purvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Rebeck.
Second amendment, please.
Councillor Reid.
Abstain.
Councillor Robertson.
Abstain.
Councillor Sarwar.
Second amendment.
Councillor Shires.
Abstain.
Councillor Simpson.
Abstain.
Councillor Stewart.
Abstain.
Councillor Waters.
Second amendment.
And Councillor Williamson.
Second amendment.
Deputy Provost, I have 13 votes for the second amendment, 3 votes for the third amendment and 22 abstentions. So the second amendment is carried. The second amendment will now be put against the first amendment. So can I now ask members to confirm whether they're voting for the first amendment by Councillor Simpson or the second amendment by Councillor?
No.
Councillor Hearn?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey?
First amendment.
Deputy Provost Beard?
Abstain.
Councillor Barnacle?
Abstain.
Councillor Liz Barrett?
First amendment.
Councillor Peter Barrett?
First amendment.
Councillor Braun?
Abstain.
Councillor Brock?
First amendment.
Councillor Audrey Coates?
Abstain.
Councillor Harry Coates?
Abstain.
Councillor Donaldson?
Second amendment.
Councillor Drysdale?
Second amendment.
Councillor Duff?
Abstain.
Councillor Forbes?
Abstain.
Councillor Gray?
Second amendment.
Councillor Illingworth?
Abstain.
Councillor James?
Abstain.
Councillor Jarvis?
Abstain.
Councillor Lane?
Second amendment.
Councillor Lyle?
Abstain.
Councillor Massey?
Second amendment.
Councillor McCall?
Abstain.
Councillor McCall?
Second amendment.
Councillor McDade.
First Amendment. There's also a point of order in the chat.
Deputy
Yes.
Provost, usual practice is to complete the vote once we've started it, so we're guided by yourself and the Provost.
I'm not quite sure why Councillor McEwen put this in, but it was in earlier. And we did the first vote and it was there, and we ignored it at that point. So I think we should finish this vote.
I would agree, definitely. Continue the vote.
Okay, thank you. So now Councillor McEwen.
That decision is what I expected. Second Amendment.
Provost.
Abstain.
Councillor Parrott.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Pover.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Purvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Redbeck.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Abstain.
Councillor Robertson.
First Amendment.
Councillor Sarwar.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Shires.
Abstain.
Councillor Simpson.
First Amendment.
Councillor Stewart.
Abstain.
Councillor Waters.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Williamson.
Second Amendment.
Deputy Provost, we have 7 votes for the First Amendment, 13 votes for the Second Amendment and 18 abstentions. So the Second Amendment is therefore carried and now becomes a substantive amendment. So now can I ask members whether they're voting for the motion by Councillor Lyle or the substantive amendment by Councillor Lane, which is simply now the amendment. Councillor Ahern.
Motion.
Councillor Bailey.
Reluctantly, amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Bailey, I didn't catch.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Barnacle.
Motion.
Councillor Liz Barrett.
Abstain.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Abstain.
Councillor Braun.
Motion.
Councillor Brock.
Abstain.
Councillor Audrey Coates.
Motion.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Motion.
Councillor Donaldson.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Forbes.
Motion.
Councillor Gray.
Amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Motion.
Councillor James.
Motion.
Councillor Jarvis.
Motion.
Councillor Lane.
Amendment.
Councillor Lyle.
Motion.
Councillor Massey.
Amendment.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Abstain.
Councillor McEwen.
Amendment.
Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Parrott.
Amendment.
Councillor Pover.
Sorry, amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Purvis.
Motion.
Councillor Redbeck.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Motion.
Councillor Robertson.
Abstain.
Councillor Sarwar.
Amendment.
Councillor Shires.
Motion.
Councillor Simpson.
Abstain.
Councillor Stewart.
Motion.
Councillor Waters.
Amendment.
And Councillor Williamson.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost, we have 18 votes for the motion, 14 votes for the amendment and 6 abstentions. So the motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much. Councillor McEwen, was your point of order relevant? Is it still relevant? I didn't see it till the voting began, so I couldn't interrupt.
It was in relation to the order of the voting. I thought the standing order said that the voting on budgets was done by party size, not by how the amendments were presented. Obviously, I put that in the chat while Scott was speaking, but it just wasn't quick enough to start when the voting starts. So that's just the way the cookie crumbles. It doesn't change the end of things.
No. Okay.
That was just my understanding of the process, which we probably need clarity now for the revenue budget coming forward.
I'm happy to provide clarification, Provost.
Yes.
Whilst it's been, it may not have felt like it, we're not actually setting the annual capital budget today, so therefore amendments have been dealt with in accordance with, this is an update paper, and amendments have been dealt with in accordance with Standing Order 21.6. So I hope that clarifies. This is not actually an annual budget setting, and the annual budget setting is the one where special provision is actually made for. And we would have needed to suspend standing orders if we wanted to deal with voting in any other way. So the voting has been dealt with procedurally correct in accordance with standing orders.
Thank you, Lisa. That's maybe the craziest thing I've heard all day, that wasn't a budget meeting, but there you go.
Well, you know, it wasn't a budget set meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Noting the late time of the day, I'd like to propose that we just set the meeting, the meeting for the 25th of October at 10 AM, agree, and hold the rest of today's business over until that meeting.
Agreed.
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 I know you all sound very tired.
Agreed.
I'm grateful. Councillor Shires, you have a comment to make.
Provost, Deputy Provost, I have no idea if this is competent or what point of order or whatever, but I just wanted to thank you because I got the feeling through some of this meeting today that some tempers were getting a bit frayed, and maybe people conducted themselves in ways that if they look back the footage of this, they might not be very impressed. And I think you've done a very good job at keeping the heat in the midst of all of that. But I think in the absence of Willie Wilson today, I think it just is incumbent on us all to remember that, you know, we're all here as equals around the table kind of thing, and we should just be respectful.
Thank you very much. So,
Here.
Councillors, we agree with a special meeting of the Council on the 25th of October at 10 AM. So thank you all very much for your time today, and thank you for all the officers and the IT who have kept us all going. So thank you very much.